This Thing of Darkness, Part 1 by Anita Vettesse.
The only constant is change. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Youth is wasted on the young. Such familiar contradictions in terms are pretty easy to understand, aren't they? I'm Dr. Alex Bridges, a forensic psychiatrist and psychotherapist. It's my job to treat the victim within every offender and to find the sense in completely senseless acts of violence. I offer up my opinion of someone's state of mind, yet I must avoid judgment. And I evaluate people for risks which cannot be predicted. These are paradoxes that take a little more thought and consideration. Sometimes I feel like I'm walking on a tightrope. There are times when I've faltered, made a misstep, reaching for meaning and truth to steady me, and grasping only handfuls of air. Despite all my years of training and experience in this field, the most important lesson I've learned is this. If I know anything, it's that I know nothing. There was one case in particular which brought this home to me. At the time, I was working a couple of days a week for the probation service on the women's mental health team. For many offenders, the transition out of prison can feel like walking their own kind of high wire, arms shaking as they inch into an unfamiliar world with little sliding baby steps, unsure of what lies ahead or below. I was there to assess people as they began the process, but also to be on hand to support them should they glance down and panic. If they falter, and I miss it, the danger might not be only to them. If I were to blame myself for being human and failing to be omniscient, I'd not last long in this job. Instead, when I do make a mistake or miss something, I look for whatever distracted or confused me and try to take that learning forward. That doesn't mean I forget easily, especially in a case like this, where someone died. I'm Dr. Alex Bridges. You must be Miss Sharp.
Sarah. Please call me Sarah.
Have a seat. So, has anyone explained to you why we're meeting today?
Dawn did tell me, but to be honest, I wasn't really listening. Well, I was, but then I got distracted by her genes and realised the ones I came here with are ancient. She said it's all 80s mom genes now, apparently. Sorry, I'm blabbing.
You mentioned Dawn. She's your probation officer.
Yeah.
Well, Dawn's made a referral to the mental health team that I work in. I'm a psychiatrist. I work with women coming out of prison who've committed high-risk offences. You and I will have maybe 6 sessions to help you make that transition outside. I'll come and meet you at the hostel once you've settled in. Today's really just to say hello and for me to get to know you.
Oh, sorry. Did you hear that?
I did, yes.
I couldn't eat breakfast. Too wired. I don't mean wired. I mean, it's all a bit overwhelming.
It can feel that way, yes.
Some days I feel totally ready, and other days terrified.
Of course. Maybe that's something we can talk about at a later date. But first, let's start with the basics. Your full name and age, please.
I'm Sarah. Sarah Harriet Sharp. I'm 28, almost 29. I've served 10 years of 15 for arson.
We don't need to go into that in this session, Sarah.
I'd like to put it out there. It keeps things real for me.
Of course.
I set fire to a student dorm, leaving 3 people hospitalised with 3rd-degree burns. Yeah. That's how most people look when I tell them.
Like what?
Wary. Disgusted. Confused.
That's certainly not what I'm thinking.
The plan is to get it out in the open, then people can take it from there.
Take what?
If they'll trust me or not.
I found Sarah's expectation that her offence might disgust me or anyone else intriguing, but it was a little early to get into that with her. Clearly, she'd developed a way to counter that kind of response and needed me to understand that she was working on being honest about her past. I took that as a good sign. I knew the contours of her case already, but it was important for me to hear directly from Sarah, in her own words, A self-portrait is always more revealing. I gathered from her files that during the early part of her sentence, Sarah had been pretty troubled, a bit of a loner, often aggressive towards prison staff and other inmates, and regularly self-harming, cutting her arms and legs. But after failing in her first attempt to get parole a few years ago, it looked like she'd turned a corner. Her harmful behaviour to herself had faded, she'd made a few friends, and had become something of a model prisoner. But in my profession, the concept of a model prisoner can be a kind of code for concern. They may be the ones to watch out for. And how have you found your time here?
Does anyone ever say amazing?
You'd be surprised.
It's been difficult, challenging, lonely, informative.
Informative in what way?
I've had to learn a lot about myself. Learn how to survive, for one. Earn my place. It was tough at first, to settle. The noises alone, jeez. All this aggression, shouting, and hormones. I had this constant fear something was always about to kick off.
Did it get better?
Yeah, but I never got used to the noise. I was brought up in a fairly quiet house. I'm an only child. It was just me and my mother.
Where was your father?
Abroad. He was a captain with the Royal Scots Borders.
Did they visit you in here?
My mum did once, but she made it all about her, so I told her not to come back again.
Your dad?
Died in combat a year and 7 months before my sentence. Thank God. They would have destroyed him seeing me here. I was his little girl. Oh yeah, that was another thing. In the early days, time, the concept of time, the idea my routine must revolve around time, that totally freaked me.
What do you mean?
I didn't have much in the way of structure before I came in here. No set routine, so it was a shock to the system.
What about school? That must have set out some kind of routine for you.
Oh no, hated school. Rarely went. Oh, no, actually, that's a lie. I loved primary school. Never missed a day. But high school, I loathed it.
You attended high school in Scotland?
Yes. Mum wanted to come home. So her and I came back when I was 14. My dad had to stay on. I only ever saw him after that when he was on leave.
In Germany, you saw your dad every day?
Yeah. Unless he was on training. He'd be home most nights. Cook pasta. Do funny walks. Help me draw. I missed that when we moved here. His silliness. I miss my friends. I think that's why high school was such a disaster. But I've made up for it. You know I went back to school in here.
Yes, I read that in your file. 6 Nat 5s.
4 hires and a degree with the Open University.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. Some of the girls in laundry gave me a graduation day. They made a gown out of a bedsheet, followed by iron-brewed shoes and cheese and onion hula hoops. It was quite sweet, actually. I gave a speech.
So let me get this right. You're at work, waiting in a hire, speaking to me on your mobile while spying on me.
Correct. Hey, you look hot, by the way. I'm enjoying the grey maternity dungarees leopard print cardi combo. Mm-hmm.
You're being creepy now. Seriously, can you actually see me?
Yeah, I can see you. I can see outside the house, inside the house, inside your mind.
Oh yeah? And what am I thinking?
How much you wish I was there to massage your feet and paint your toenails?
What I've done last week. I've more blue nail varnish in my skin than my nails.
Hey.
Thank God I can't see over my humongous belly. Can you put the outside light on then? I can't see a thing. Where the hell are my keys?
Ta-da!
Oh.
And then there was light.
You're such a twat sometimes.
Hey, don't tell me you're not impressed.
Well, maybe you could make my dinner while you're at it with your super duper at.
Oh, I don't have to. You've been to M&S, I see. We're meant to be economising.
Where's the camera for this thing?
To your right. Oh, no, to your right. Yeah, above the door.
Oh, yeah. Can you see this?
Yeah. Fusilli in a mushroom sauce with truffle oil. Tasty.
Not that. This.
Are you giving me the finger, Rosalind Connor? Oh, classy.
I'm carrying your sumo baby, so the least you can do is allow me to indulge in an M&S ready meal. If you get to buy a £1 million security system that spies on me 24/7, I get to buy pasta.
Fair point.
Right. I am going to stick this in the oven and run a very hot salt bath. This bad boy will come out of my body.
You can't force them.
Are you going to do any work tonight or what?
I'm waiting on a hire. They're taking beaches.
Well, ring the doorbell. I need to eat, Paul. I'm starving.
How was the class, by the way?
Nothing I don't know already. I went up to see the girls in the ward while I was there.
How they doing?
They wanted to throw me a baby shower before I drop. They were asking after you.
They're still missing you?
Word in the street is the place has gone downhill since I left. Be good if you could come next week. It's the last one. It's creating the burst zone. You get to sit behind me and breathe. We could do oops upside your head.
You should eat.
Yeah, I should.
Weirdly, going back to education here made the girls accept me more.
The other inmates?
Which surprised me. I thought it'd do the opposite.
Why would you think that?
They kept slagging me off for my accent when I first arrived. Called me the posho. I couldn't change how I spoke, so I kind of played up to what they thought I was and went to the library, hid in books, started sketching again. Suddenly it all changed.
In what way?
They saw my drawings. People are really impressed when you can draw, especially if it looks like them.
You draw portraits?
Yeah, I have done since school. Some of the inmates wanted me to do drawings of their kids to send back home or put up in their cell.
Do you find it relaxing, drawing?
I did until the commissions started rolling in.
Now it's stressful?
Yeah, but it's been my tool for survival. I daren't give it up. Not when I'm this close to getting out.
So how do you relax for you? De-stress?
Read. Keep a diary. Talk to the chaplain when he's in.
Are you religious?
God, no. My parents never believed in anything. Maybe that was their problem.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Sorry. I don't know why I said that. The chaplain's from Poland. Have you met him?
No. What's he like?
Piotr. Tells terrible jokes and always laughs over the punchlines so I can never make out what they are. But when he's not telling jokes, he lets me talk about stuff. About what I did. Without judgment. I get to feel human for a bit. Sin-free.
As she talked, I was distracted by her arms. An expressive young woman, she used her hands a lot, much like I do when energised about my subject. She described certain moments or feelings by drawing in the air with her long, pale fingers. I noticed a butterfly tattoo on her left wrist. Butterflies are an obvious symbol of transformation, but it might mean something else to her. I wondered if there was some kind of link to her offence. Fire is such a powerful and dangerous way for things to transform. At one point, she shrugged off her oversized man's jacket that dwarfed her slight frame. Sitting opposite me in a T-shirt, she seemed unself-conscious about the numerous faint white scars that hatched her forearms from wrist to bicep. I was glad to see there were no fresh marks or wounds there, but I didn't automatically assume that told me anything about what lay beneath her skin.
It's just a cheap old notebook. It was given to me by Piotr as a tool to cope.
With?
Stress. Self-harming.
Do you still self-harm?
Not for 19 months.
And you find writing the diary helps?
If I get itchy or anxious, I write it all down.
What kind of things do you write?
My thoughts, worries, or when I can't think of the words, I draw. Or if I can't draw, I throw the diary at the wall and have a good old screaming match with Piotr. I'm allowed to. It was his idea. It took me a while to understand that screaming's better than cutting.
Can I ask when the self-harm started?
14, 15, maybe? No. Yeah, no, it was 14, yes. We'd just moved back from Germany. Dad had gone off to Afghanistan. My mum had bought the house to do up as a project. It was just her and I for the first 3 months.
What was your mum like?
She wasn't your typical mum, shall we say.
In what sense?
She never did those mum things. When I do the drawings for the inmates, I hear them talk about what they're going to do with their kids when they get out, and I think, my mum never once made fairy cakes or blew bubbles in the garden or took me to trampoline land. I thought her disinterest in me was normal. It's only being in here I've realised.
Realised?
That normal mums like their kids. Whereas Harriet, she didn't like me very much. But I'm okay with that now. Really. I am. I know now that she was depressed. I mean, I didn't know back then, but I think that's what was wrong with her. You get to learn a lot about the female psyche sharing a space with 129 female prisoners.
Did your mother know you self-harmed?
I don't think so. Long sleeves hid it.
Do you remember the first time?
We'd had a massive row about me wanting a dog. She hated dogs. She kept yelling at me, "Stop going on about the dog, you're giving me a migraine." But I wouldn't let it go, so she threatened to call my father in Afghanistan. And on that, I stormed off to my room. My bedroom was so cold. Worse than downstairs. I got into bed to try and heat up, but the bed covers felt damp, you know? So I ran a bath to try and heat myself up. I was lying in the water. It was boiling. I had one leg in, one leg out. My face was steaming hot. I felt seasick, one extreme temperature to the other. I couldn't get my mother's rhythms out my head. That da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like a woodpecker hitting the side of my skull. So without really thinking too much, I took a razor and nicked the top of my leg. It bled. I let the blood run down the inside of my thigh into the water. Made the woodpecker stop. Released something.
What?
My situation. It was my go-to after that.
How often would you do it?
Every day. Then there was a short time I didn't feel the need to.
What happened then?
I met a guy in music class. He spoke to me. I made a friend.
And having a friend made the difference.
I'd stopped thinking about myself for a bit. I had a distraction. And he was very hot. The only way to describe it is it feels like you have a great big shard of ice stuck in your throat. You can't breathe. You can't get words out. Self-harming melts the ice. It opens the airwaves.
I was struck by the fact she was equating this boyfriend with self-harming. She was saying he did for her what cutting into her skin had done. On the one hand, that gave him a kind of saviour status, but it also made me wonder if he had hurt her. I was also thinking how sad and familiar her self-harming story was. I'd heard much the same from other offenders. There's a pattern. They're more often female than male, and generally in their 20s. It nearly always begins in the early teens. What a challenging, chaotic time that is for all of us. Our bodies are changing in exciting and alarming ways at great speed, and our minds are being asked to absorb and process more and more information. We're also having to learn how to manage emotions independently of carers or parents. For most of us, that's about learning how to put feelings into words to share with others, whether that's in deep, meaningful chats with our mates or, as I recall, writing some pretty terrible poetry. But there are those who can't put words to their emotions and seek other outlets, including literally letting out uncomfortable or difficult feelings through punctures in their skin. Another paradox. A wound becomes the balm for unbearable pain. Have you had any thoughts on how you'll manage stress on the outside?
I won't be self-harming, if that's what you're alluding to.
And what about stressful situations?
I'd know the signs.
Which are?
I get hyper, wired, like I've had too much coffee, you know?
So talk me through what you would do if that happened.
I'd do my diary, draw, walk, eat something substantial. Can of Coke usually sorts me out, blood sugar. And if I was still feeling weird, I'd call Dawn.
You mentioned earlier about leaving here and feeling overwhelmed.
Yeah.
What does the outside world look like to you?
It varies. Busier, faster, scarier.
Scary how?
When I arrived here, I had a Nokia 3720 Classic. Just enough power to make a phone call if your tyre blew on the motorway or your house was on fire. Oh, sorry. Sorry, that was... that just came out.
It's fine. Go on.
I still have this notion that I'll go back home, lift the dust sheets, and continue as normal. I'm kind of terrified, if I'm honest.
Hey, how's your tea?
Fattening. I feel sick now. So does the sumo. He keeps hitting me. I'm making a list.
Oh, here we go.
Shut up. You love my list.
You make lists even for things you've already done so you can tick them off.
I like seeing what I've achieved.
You're a weirdo.
You're a weirdo.
Right, go on then. What's the list?
Prams.
Oh, shoot me now.
It's a whole other science.
Do I need to be included in this conversation?
It's worse than buying a car, I tell you. Bugaboo B5, Bugaboo Donkey 5, Upper Baby Vista, Cassata Wow Excel. Jenny from Mumsnet says it's ideal for a narrow hallway. Or a junk shop hallway full of car tools because someone hasn't sorted out the garage yet.
Yeah, well, Jenny from Mumsnet can mind her own business.
It's freaking me out.
What, the hallway?
The prams. How do we choose?
Oh, it can't be that hard.
You choose one then.
Well, I would, but I'm working.
Mumsnet recommends you go into the shop and have a push around with at least half a dozen.
Oh, that's a bit excessive, isn't it?
What about tomorrow? After your shift?
No, I need to sleep.
But after your sleep, we could make a date of it.
Can't we just wait till he's born? I'll make sure everything's alright first.
It's one less thing for me to think about.
I don't know.
Paul, I'm not carrying this baby around in a bloody papoose. My back can't take it.
Look, I just don't want folk staring.
They won't be looking at you. They'll be looking at me, looking fat and knackered and crying uncontrollably because I don't know where the brakes are on the damn thing.
Can we just wait? Please.
You busy?
Nah, pretty crap. No hires so far.
What about the one you were waiting on?
Told to forget it.
Why?
My face scared them, apparently.
Seriously?
Hence why I'm not really in the mood for pram shopping.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Oh, they're daft teenagers.
Don't care what age they are, that's not on. What did they say?
What, nothing. They got in the cab and got right out again the moment I asked them where to. 5 minutes later, the dad comes out, said he'd called for a replacement cab because my face freaked his daughters out.
What's the address? I'll drive over there right now. They'll see me freak.
Don't you
It's
dare.
not on. Little snowflake shit.
It can be off-putting.
Paul.
It can.
Just come home.
Look, I need to work.
Just come back, please.
I want to do another few hours. Just see if I can make up the money.
Please don't.
What?
Do what I think you're going to do.
I'm not.
You are. I can tell by your voice.
I am at the rank.
People piss in that walk, Paul. Animals piss in it with all sorts of diseases.
Roz, don't start.
Biles disease.
You know, that's rare.
You can't afford to get ill, Paul.
I'm doing another few hours and then head home. Okay?
Promise.
Go to bed.
We did discuss at some point me going back to stay at my mum's old house, but Dawn said I need to stay at the hostel because of my licence. It's being rented out anyway. God knows what state it's in. I haven't been back there since my mum died, so probably for the best.
Any particular memories you have about your mum in the house?
The cornicing. That was a corker. My mum got it in her head she had to restore it. So for about 3 months, she stood on this rickety wooden ladder, day and night, picking away at it with a steak knife to reveal these tiny rosettes. In her nightie, would you believe? It was the middle of winter. When she looked down at me, she was like some haunted ghost, covered in plaster dust, her wiry ginger hair sticking out, wild. And when she wasn't doing rosette restoration, she was overdosing on pills. Always on a weekday, just as I was due in from school.
That can't have been easy.
Got used to it. First time was crap.
What age were you?
9.
That was in Germany?
Yeah. Came home, and there she was. Full child's pose by the sink, nightgown scrunched up above her thighs, pills strewn across the lino. Everything you imagine the film version to be.
What did you do?
Called Dad. He was on a base about an hour's drive away. He talked me through what to do. And then after that, I knew the drill. Tongue out, turn her on her side, call an ambulance.
And then?
Dad would normally arrive and take over.
What about social services? Did they ever get involved?
For a bit. Actually, they weren't social services, I don't think, but the army had a guy who kept an eye on us for a while. And she saw some therapists for a few months. But when we came back to Scotland, that all fell away.
You didn't get help here?
It took a while to get on the system. And back then, I wasn't too good at asking for help.
What stopped you?
Embarrassment. My dad taught me well, though. I could look after myself fine. Savoury rice in the microwave, washing in at 30, bins out on a Wednesday. I knew how to forge my mum's signature, too. Life went on as normal, even though she was hell-bent on ending hers.
It sounds like you moved back to Scotland and were pretty much on your own with all this.
I was. She never dared try it when my dad was on leave. She wanted me to save her, but she needed his attention. Quite a revelation when Piotr and I worked that one out.
Worked out what?
She never intended to end it. Mum had popped the pills. I'd call Dad. Dad had come home, give her reassurance, love, affirmation, whatever. She'd be fine for a bit, and then it'd start all over again. The cycle. She would never break it. It worked for her. She got what she needed.
You found it embarrassing to ask for help before, but when your mother died, you felt able to talk to Piotr.
Yes. He made it easy, I suppose. I'm pretty good at asking for help now. You can't survive in here or the outside without it. The team keeps saying I've just to ask, so I will.
Are there friends you can reconnect with once you're out?
I've never really had any since Sam's back. Sad as that sounds.
Yet you seem to have made friends in here, with your drawings.
That's survival, not friendship.
Piotr?
Yeah. I'd say he was a real friend, but when I get released, well, won't it?
You talked about this friend you made in high school, from music class. You want to tell me more about that?
He paid me attention. Talked to me. It was nice.
Anything else?
Could we have 5 minutes, please? I just need to eat something. I feel a bit lightheaded.
Oh, Jesus, Baltic. Oh, bloody hell.
Oi!
Shit.
Cleo, stay! I thought so.
Sorry?
One of these Zoomers.
Yeah, I'm here to swim.
It's -1. You've clearly got a death wish.
Wakes me up. I've a long shift ahead of me.
Most cabbies drink coffee.
Well, I prefer a swim.
2 teenagers died here last month trying to get to the island to put another bloody padlock in the gate.
I'm just here to swim.
What's the fascination with padlocking a gate anyway?
Romance?
Stupidity. That's what it is. 17 years of age. Bloomin' waste of a life. Cleo.
I owe the prison officer a banana. Sorry about that.
Do you feel all right to continue?
Yeah, definitely. What were we talking about?
The boy in music class. Was he just a friend or more than that?
More. First kiss. First time. Intense.
What was?
The thing. The boy. Yeah, he was my first love. Lots of hormones flying about. Deep eye contact. Sex. Lots of crazy sex. I thought he was the one. But I was 17. We all think that at 17.
How long were you together?
Just over a year. Then he left to go to university.
And?
It was his dorm I set fire to. He'd ignored my calls. I lost it. I was angry and hurt.
And those feelings, were they part of what made you set the fire?
No, it was more than that. A build-up.
A build-up of what?
We'd gone from being this intense thing to nothing in the space of a few weeks. I couldn't understand it. He wanted to end it when he started uni.
Did you not talk about it? Ask him why?
No, he wasn't one for talking. And I needed answers. When he didn't give them to me, I got mad and did what I did. I was young. He was my first love, first boyfriend, first friend. I just wanted to scare him, notice my pain. It's how my mother dealt with my father. I've never made the connection till now. I wanted him to see me hurting and then tell me it was all a terrible mistake. But it didn't go to plan. I was trying to melt the ice. To breathe, you know?
Hey. What are you doing up?
You're soaking.
Oh, it's no big deal.
You promised.
Hey, it's fine.
You could get ill.
Actually helps it.
You said you wouldn't go.
Oh, I know, but I'm not harming anyone.
You promised me.
Did I leave the washing in the tumble dryer or forget the bins?
Why did you install CCTV?
What?
Why did you install CCTV?
For security?
And?
Well, cheaper housing
I'm
insurance.
serious, Paul. Why did you do it?
I don't know, the baby's coming and it's what dads are supposed to do, isn't it?
Tell me the truth.
I am.
Tell me, please.
Hey, Roz. Hey, what the hell is going on?
You knew she was up for parole and you never told me.
Am I right that you'd set fires in the past, before your offence?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little about when it started? Do you remember?
Day after I turned 15. Mum and I argued. It was late. I stormed out the house to the allotments at the bottom of the hill. I climbed over the wire fence and started kicking plant pots, then a water butt, then a shed door. But it didn't feel enough to get rid of this rage. I'd taken to carrying my dad's Zippo around with me, not to light anything, just to play with the catch. I liked the sensation, the noise. Yes, so I grabbed a bit of newspaper, lit it and watched it go up, then die out. Then I saw a bin with sticks and newspapers and lit that. The fire didn't take long to get going. It soon became this incredible thing, an immense heat. Then I heard a siren and ran.
And you did it again after that?
Yes.
At the allotments?
Yeah. It was laziness on my part. It was just down the hill from the house. It was easy to light stuff and then run back up and hide out. I'd set fire to whatever was near to hand. Bins, sheds, greenhouses. Greenhouses were the biggie.
Because?
You know, if you put your heel in a puddle of ice and it cracks? This was a magnified version of that. I'd wait till I heard the cracking glass. Then I'd bolt up the hill to the house and watch it grow. It looked incredible. These huge fireboxes dotted all around.
What did it feel like, watching?
Thrilling. Like, I don't know, shoplifting or joyriding.
Were you self-harming then?
Yes, but fires eventually took over.
And afterwards? That release you spoke of, was it anything like the feeling you described when you cut yourself?
Yes, but more intense.
Did you have any concerns about your actions' impact on others?
I never thought of a human being suffering at the end of it. I just went for the buzz. I was an angry, hormonal teenager. I was miserable. Getting up the next morning and seeing the burnt-out frames on my way to school, I felt powerful, exhilarated. I'd caused this and no one had suspected me. It was my secret.
So what's that about, do you think?
Deception, maybe. No, deception's too sinister a word. It was more punk than that. More immature, like a teenager painting their room black, you know?
Did you ever get caught?
No.
Was it important for you to have a secret?
Yes. But then I let my boyfriend in on it.
What did he think about it?
He got it. Well, he said he did. It turned him on. I missed my father and I hated my mother. As Piotr says, it's all about communication.
Hey. You awake?
I am now. Oh, give me your hand. You feel that? It's like nurturing Bruce Lee.
I spoke with the victim liaison guy.
And?
She can't come anywhere near us. If she does, she's breaking licence and will head right back inside.
No. and no again.
Well, I never said a word.
You don't have to. I know that look. I'm not moving.
Okay, just hear me out.
I'm not
If we move nearer your mum's, she can help with the baby. You'll see your sisters more.
I like it here. I like the schools nearby. I can cycle to the hospital whenever I get back to work. I like the postie. I like that the whole street takes turns putting out the wheelie bins. This is our home, Paul. We need to keep hold of that. She can't come anywhere near us, they said.
I'll get the hallway sorted.
Paul.
You said it was a mess.
She can't harm us.
You know, you pulled me out the ambulance that night. You know more than anyone what she's capable of.
I came away feeling positive about our meeting and about Sarah's chances. But there was something I wasn't seeing. It was possible that her seeming transparency obscured the truth. I should have held in mind that something transparent has no shadow, and we humans all have our dark places. At that time, I was also doing some group work at an NHS trauma clinic. Looking back, I wonder if that had a kind of distorting effect. Months into their therapy, few of the patients I was seeing at the trauma clinic were as articulate or forthcoming about their experiences as Sarah seemed to be at that first meeting. If I'd been asked, I would have said with some confidence that Sarah was in for an easier crossing to a new and better life than some of the people in the trauma group. Maybe her ability to speak so fluently about her difficult past helped me to think she had put the past behind her.
You don't think you'll miss anything. You're just so desperate to get out. But this place has been my home for 10 years. Of course I'll miss stuff. I've seen so many women come in and out of here over the years. The revolving door lot. They always promise Piotr that when they get out of prison they'll really make a go of things. But they never do.
Why do you think that is?
Society won't let them move on, so they end up turning back to crime to survive. Then end up back in here.
Is that a worry for you?
Yes. But Piotr says I just have to keep using the tools and wszystko będzie dobrze. Everything will be okay. The thing I know I'll miss most is feeling protected.
Protected from what?
From what I've done.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
This Thing of Darkness, Part 2, by Lucia Haynes.
This one's lovely.
£2 for a pram.
It's not a pram. It's an infant transportation system with hypoallergenic memory foam and plant-based sealants.
Huh?
Paul, it's the difference between our baby living his best life or falling in with a bad crowd.
What, a pram can make that much of a difference?
Of course not, you numpty. Your face won now, sweetheart.
Yeah, well, you're smirking now, Mrs. Connor, but I will have my revenge. Aye, he who laughs last. Do you really like it?
£2's a bit steep.
Aye, not if it keeps our lad on the straight and narrow.
You're too good to me.
Should we have a wee gander at the toys?
More toys.
Oh, what about this rabbit?
He's got a grey one.
Oh, this wee tube.
Not having a monkey.
Yeah, of course. Oh, giraffe then. Oh, his ears are so soft. Hey, feel.
You look so cute cuddling that toy.
Ros, don't. Do you think I'm not trying?
Babe, I know you're doing everything you can.
And look, Ros, I don't...
What's up, love?
That's her.
What?
Go to the car.
It's not
Dial
Paul.
999 and get the liaison officer. Tell them she's followed me, broken her licence.
Paul, I thought you said Sarah was tiny. That woman is my height.
No, her face.
It's not her, Paul.
She's the spit of her.
Trust me. Okay.
I can't live like this anymore.
Around the time that I started with the probation service, I was also running a therapy group in an NHS trauma centre for people dealing with post-traumatic stress, or PTS. A new referral to the group raised a potential conflict for me. Paul Connor was the former boyfriend and victim of Sarah Sharp, the young woman I'd recently met who was coming out of prison. When his GP sent Paul to meet me, I really felt he would benefit from group therapy. After discussion with my colleagues, we agreed that it was possible for me to treat both him and Sarah, creating a defensive wall between them. Learning to set boundaries is an essential part of the training for all forensic professionals. There's the psychological boundary of creating what I call radical empathy, that compassionate detachment that therapy requires. There are also actual brick and mortar walls, creating boundaries around institutions. When people ask me if I'm ever haunted by the terrible stories I hear from forensic patients and wonder how I can sleep at night, I tell them truthfully that the high walls of prisons and secure hospitals offer me a kind of psychological protection. When my workday is done, I can leave what I hear behind me, safely contained. I find that I miss that unambiguous barrier when I go to work in the community. I certainly did in this case. But at the outset, I wasn't unduly concerned about managing the work with both Paul and Sarah. After all, I would only be seeing her for a handful of sessions over a number of weeks, and I'd probably be seeing him in group for months. I can't tell you with confidence how things might have panned out if I'd made a different choice. I can say that I wouldn't choose to walk such a line again.
Golden syrup do you put in your flat?
Welcome to the Lotus Group, Paul. You've already met me, but perhaps everyone else could introduce themselves.
Oh, hi, I'm Kelly.
Hi.
Don't look so worried. We don't bite. Well, except Malcolm. He'll give you a right good chewing over if you disagree with him.
Kelly was in her 40s, Irish. She always sat perched at the edge of her chair like a sprinter at the blocks. Severe short haircut, tailored black jacket, skinny jeans. But although she appeared a little intimidating, she was revealing herself in group to be more of a mother hen, chatty and warm, with a wry sense of humour.
Paul, I'm Malcolm, obviously. Ignore Kelly, she's talking pish. It's nice to have another bloke in the place, finally.
Malcolm, a big bear of a man in his 50s, took up a lot of space. Bearded and balding, he had an unnerving, penetrating stare and the palest green eyes I'd ever seen. He always leaned in when he spoke, like he was about to ask something urgent, but thus far I'd not heard it. The broken blood vessels in his purpling nose and the high colour in his cheeks suggested he might be a heavy drinker.
I'm Rowena.
Hi.
Pleased to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
Rowena was about 60, a vision in vanilla and mushroom from her pale bobbed hair down to her sensible shoes, suggesting she'd like to blend into the institutional beige of the walls. She used a wheelchair, navigating her way through our cramped space in the community centre meeting room, sometimes knocking into one of the plastic chairs or the small table that held tea-making things, only to apologise profusely. As I said in our initial meeting, Paul, we don't set formal topics. We tend to go with what comes up on the day. One of the themes we've been talking about lately has been hypervigilance, how people scan their world for threats. Our discussion last week really stayed with me. I wonder if it stayed with anyone else.
Oh, I am driving myself nuts with it. Paul, my thing is, I check up on my kids, like, 1,000,000 times a day. I can't stop myself.
Yeah, my wife does that. We've just had a baby. He's 3 weeks tomorrow.
Oh, that's lovely. I've got boys.
Thank you. We've got a baby monitor, but she's up those stairs like Usain Bolt.
Yours is a baba, Paul. My youngest is 19. The other two are in their 20s. It's destroying my relationship with them all.
It's obviously still causing a problem for you, Kelly. I'm struck by that phrase you used a moment ago, 1,000,000 times a day. What do you mean by that?
Oh, morning, noon and night. Oh, I can't stand it. I get this tightness in my chest and then the panic starts. And then I have to call them. And if they don't answer, I'm onto the social media seeing when they last logged on.
I'm surprised they haven't just blocked you.
I've got a ton of fake usernames. And they don't always know it's me. Stop it. It's not funny.
I'm not laughing.
I'm everything from a DJ in Ibiza to a sexy plumber from Camden. Call Josh.
Hey, what if they ask to meet you?
Oh, well, suddenly have an urgent job abroad.
Have you tried the breathing techniques, Kelly?
I have, Rowena. And, all of them. 5 things you can see. 7-Eleven. It works for a wee bit, but then it builds up again.
Hey, can I say something?
Well, it's kind of the point of the sessions.
Well, no offence, but it sounds like you're stalking your own kids.
That's not what's going on here.
Well, I get where you're coming from, but your kids are adults. Want to get away from parents watching their every move.
Do you think I don't know that?
It would be lovely if we could protect them from all the heartache coming their way, but we just can't.
How do people manage their hypervigilance?
Well, why should they? Maybe it's a good thing.
That's interesting. When might it be a good thing?
I work night shift on the taxis. Being vigilant keeps me safe.
Oh, he's got a point. I mean, you've got to have your wits about you, otherwise you've had it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Isn't that why we lock our doors at night?
Yeah.
To stop all sorts from walking in and nicking our stuff.
How can we tell the difference between taking our safety seriously and hypervigilance?
Hypervigilance is feeling under threat when there's no danger.
Like me jumping out of my skin when somebody slams their car door.
Oh, yeah. And I found I'm more sensitive to smells. Certain perfumes make my skin crawl when they never used to.
And if I'd been on my guard, I could have protected myself. Saved myself looking like this.
Was it an acid attack?
That was so nosy.
What? I'd rather people asked. It's better than getting stared at. I was in a fire.
Oh, God, that's awful. I'm so sorry.
At least I'm alive. The weird thing is, my skin looked better before it started healing. When it was red and raw. After a few days, it starts thickening up, when you get to tightening and the scarring. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Your body's protecting you.
That's helpful, Paul. It almost sounds like what we do to defend ourselves from a trauma could have good effects in the short term, but could cause problems for us later. Perhaps hypervigilance is one of those defence mechanisms against danger that's protective, but might it also have a downside? Is it effective?
Yeah, short term, yeah. Long term, no.
I agree. It's a sticking plaster on an open wound.
You have to do what you can. Yeah. No, the world's a dangerous place.
Is that true? About the world being a dangerous place? Do you feel threatened here now?
No, of course not.
And why is that?
Well, you're a therapist. I can't see you leaping out your chair to attack us all. And also, I know that I could take the lot of you if I had to.
Often when someone joins an established group for the first time, they might be silent or say very little. I was encouraged that Paul seemed able to join in pretty easily and was even willing to talk about the burns that creased and marked his skin. The scars were faded but thick. White ropes traced his cheekbone down to the jaw, disappearing into his shirt collar. When he pushed up his sleeves at one point, I could see evidence of numerous grafts along his forearms. He'd clearly had extensive surgeries. The line the group was drawing between safety and skin was significant. Our skin is a physical boundary, the thing that holds us together, contains us. When we're children and we fall and scrape our knee, we often run to our parents to comfort us and tell us everything's going to be okay, as they tend to us and assure us we'll heal. In psychotherapy, we talk about the psychic skin, which we develop in early childhood. Good nurturing provides a protective, healing shield that allows the mind to cope with external provocation and distress as we grow. Without that, people develop what is commonly called thin skin, which can create difficulties when we interact with others. Part of the work of the trauma group would be to consider the state of that protective envelope for each of the members, which may have been fragile or flimsy long before the trauma each person had experienced.
So I think Paul's onto something. I mean, it's all primal, isn't it? And it goes back to the days when we lived in tribes, close-knit communities, when you could get eaten by a random bear or wolf.
Can you say more, Malcolm?
Well, so at night, I mean, you wanted someone being hyper-vigilant, because they're going to keep the tribe safe. I mean, we've got burglar alarms for that now, locks, but we're still basically the same kind of people. Well, I think that's... I became a journalist, expose the bad guys.
Yeah, totally.
Is it possible, Paul, you're more like your wife than you know? That becoming a dad has made you as alert to danger as she is?
Oh, maybe. I mean, I haven't felt safe since the minute he was born.
Oh, I remember that feeling.
Oh, that first drive back from the hospital.
God, yes.
I was doing 20 miles an hour, hunched over the wheel, knuckles white. Oh, like everything's a hazard. Is the bedroom too warm? What if he overheats? What if Roz falls asleep when she's feeding him and crushes him?
Some people who've been dealing with trauma and anxiety have told me that becoming a parent can be particularly challenging. Earlier, you mentioned your wife set up a baby monitor. Is that her way of coping? Using it as a defence against her anxiety?
Maybe. Yeah, but I've sussed a better way. CCTV.
I've got a doorbell with a camera in it, and it makes sense.
Oh, where at home do you have CCTV?
Front and back gardens and inside.
You've cameras inside?
I'm not leaving my wife and son unprotected while I'm out working.
So whereabouts are you inside?
Hallway, kitchen, living room, dining room, all of the downstairs basically. Upstairs landing, baby's nursery, spare room and attic. What? No, you have to do it, don't you? Like, protect your family. Kelly, you know what I'm on about.
Totally. I knew I liked you.
You don't have any in the bedroom, do you?
Oh, Roz would never go for that.
Aye, and what she doesn't know.
Are you in witness protection or something? Because that sounds very full on.
Oh, don't be daft.
Well, something's got you rattled, though. Or is it someone?
I don't know why you have to be here. I thought it'd just be Alex.
It will be. But for the first meeting, I thought it was important for probation to be across the issues.
Thanks, Dawn. So, how have you coped, Sarah, since leaving prison? It's been...
3 weeks, isn't it?
3.5. I'm okay. We come and go as we please. You leave your keys behind when you go out. I'm following all the rules. I don't want to go back to prison.
We don't want that for you either. Is there anything you found more difficult than you'd imagined?
The noise. I forgot outside was so noisy. Like everything screaming. The buses, the brakes, squeaky doors, heels clattering, dogs barking, birds twittering and squawking, and the women in the hostel. They're always crying or shouting. And when things get heated, there's no PO stepping in to stop it kicking off.
Prison can feel in its own way comforting and familiar. Is there anything you miss about it?
Dr. Bridges is right, you know, Sarah. I see it all the time. People coming out, looking forward to doing their own thing. Within weeks they're all at sea. The partner they thought was waiting's moved on. Friends get fed up with them sleeping on the couch. Then they're homeless, skint, revert to old ways. We don't want that for you. For anyone.
I suppose I missed the walls.
Could you say more about that?
Not the physical walls. I mean the ones around time. Routines, structures. In prison you know where you are, where you're supposed to be, who you are.
And now?
Sometimes it makes me feel like a problem. Inside, I had more power.
What kind of power?
I didn't rule D-Wing, if that's what you're thinking. That was Molly Finnegan. She was the boss.
And yet you felt you had power?
Molly snarled about like a pit bull. People were terrified, but so was she. There was always someone trying to take her down. But because I could draw, all the mums would want pictures done of their kids. I could do something they couldn't.
That's positive.
I didn't do anything clever. I just listened. Paid attention to what the other girls were saying.
That's a marketable skill, Sarah.
Out here, I'm a nobody. They kick you out of jail with less than 50 quid in your pocket and expect you to thrive. I mean, look at this place. The carpet. When was it last cleaned? The furniture.
You're only here for a few weeks.
That's not the point. I've got a degree. My mind needs a challenge and room to think. But life out here is like a runaway train. You're no sooner at the door before it's find a job, fill in this form, see this person. I need my walls back, Dr. Bridges.
When I'm talking to people, anyone I treat, whether they are offenders or not, I try to make it okay for them to share their vulnerabilities with me, and it's always heartening when they do. It was positive that Sarah was willing to tell Dawn and I about some of her fears, although much later I'd wonder if all that seeming openness was, for want of a better word, a smokescreen. The thing is, I have no choice but to take what people say at face value. Nothing about my training allows me to see directly into their minds. How helpful it would be if I could. As with printed money, face value tells you what something's worth. But how much value could Dawn and I place on what Sarah was saying? A structured routine would be helpful and reduce any risk of reoffending. How do you spend your days?
Mornings, looking for a job. Get the disappointment over and done with.
Try and stay positive. Last week you said you were going for a couple of interviews.
Didn't get them. One was at a farm, hosing down poultry cages. That's how much people don't want me. Can't even trust me to wash the feathers off a bird cage. The other was a burger place. Half the staff are kids. I felt ancient, and as soon as bosses hear reckless fire setting, you can feel the chill in the air. I'm thinking of becoming self-employed.
What kind of work are you thinking about?
Don't know yet. Dog walking, maybe.
So, apart from going to the job centre, what else do you do? Because it's important to make time for pleasurable activities during the day.
When it's nice, I go to the park. Or the library. You can get lost in there. Live in another world for a while.
What would you be thinking about if you weren't getting lost in books and stories?
Simple things. Living in a nice flat. Having a decent job. But it doesn't feel right, somehow. Not after what I did.
Have you had any thoughts about the people in that dormitory? Your ex? Or about setting fires?
No.
Good. Actually, this seems like a good time to check in on licence conditions.
I've memorised them all. Told you I'm not going to mess up.
I believe you. Have you avoided the exclusion zones?
All of them.
Have you had access to or purchased any accelerants or fire-setting equipment?
No. And I'm keeping to my 7 o'clock curfew. You can check with the hostel.
I will. Great. That's all I need to know. I've got to run unless there's anything else that I can help you with.
Thanks, Dawn.
Right. Sarah, I will see you next week. And we'll look at ways into work.
I can breathe now.
Dawn's only trying to help.
She doesn't know how to listen. Her mind's on a million other things.
Probably has a full client list.
So do you, I bet. Doesn't stop you from paying attention. So, now that the coast is clear, why don't you ask it?
What would you like me to ask?
The big question.
There are many questions I'd like to ask.
Okay, but you want to know about Paul, right? Am I over him? Or am I planning to hurt him?
Of course, if you're planning anything like that, I'd be very interested. I also need to remind you, If you ever tell me that you're thinking about hurting yourself, or Paul, or anyone else, I'd have to take action.
Dr. Bridges, I'm over him. He's the past. I've got a chance to build something new, and it doesn't include him.
Well, like I said, I work at night. I'm scared that while I'm out, someone will break in.
And it helps to be able to see your family while you're working.
Exactly. I mean, otherwise, I'll have to change jobs. Get something where I'm at home all the time. And Rose would love that for about 10 minutes, then I'd start driving her mad.
How does she cope with your anxiety?
Oh, she's brilliant. And, you know, not just when I'm stressed out. And I do not know where I'd be without her.
Nah, look at the man getting embarrassed.
Have you got a picture?
That is her there with Noah.
Oh, you have a beautiful family, Paul.
Oh, you're totally punching, pal.
Oh, yeah. I am a lucky man.
I'm interested that you said Roz has been brilliant with you. What did you mean by that?
Well, it's a big deal living with somebody with burns. You know, not everyone can handle it.
So do you feel grateful?
Aye. Suppose I do. You know, for me, it's been 8 years of skin grafts, setbacks, infections, but for her, it's been all that, plus holding down a job, you know, building a career.
What does Roz do?
She's a nurse. She was a student doing a stint at the burns unit when I first went in.
So she was giving you bed baths and that?
Oh, aye. No, she's seen me at my worst. Skin blistered, no eyebrows, half my hair gone. Swearing my head off, begging for stronger meds.
Grim.
Oh, it must have been terrifying for your parents. Their son in hospital.
I suppose. I don't really remember those early days, obviously. I just knew they must have been bad because there was no mirrors in the unit. Not in the bathroom, nowhere.
Sometimes it's best not to see how bad things are.
Huh. Well, my mum cried a lot at first, and my dad just nodded. And after that first week, he never visited me in the unit again. Suddenly had a big contract wiring new builds. Well, good money, not easy to turn down.
What was that like for you?
Well, I was a teenager. I thought everyone should drop everything and concentrate on me. But I kept a tally in my mind. You know, the people that stepped up and the ones who went into hiding.
Were there any surprises?
Oldest sister Gemma, that I couldn't stand, visited me literally every day. But my pals from uni, well, most of them were no-shows.
Right. You find out who your friends are in a crisis.
Sounds like your sister wanted you to know you weren't alone.
You see, that's why I came in touch with my three. There's parents out there who just don't give a toss.
Prowling on social media is a lot more than keeping in touch.
What sparked it all off, Kelly? Your anxiety?
Yeah, I was always protective. But it's just got off the scale now.
I mean, I was the total opposite, the most chilled guy ever.
Says the man with the big brother house.
Is it a specific person you're afraid of, Paul?
What?
Your house. Are you fortifying it against someone in particular?
An ex-girlfriend. Sarah. She did this to me.
God, that's terrible.
What? Deliberately?
Aye.
Christ. I hope they locked her up.
She served 10 years and got released a few weeks ago. So now, if me and Rose go out, she says I'm acting like I'm in the SAS. I mean, I'm primed, man, like I'm ready. She comes anywhere near me and...
How does your wife feel? I mean, surely she's as concerned as you are about this woman.
Well, Dr. B, this is where you come in. What can a big man do?
Paul, what would you like to happen?
I want her gone.
Gone?
Banned from the town completely, not just certain zones. Personally, I'd put her out of Scotland if I had my way.
Are you angry about Sarah's release, Paul?
Yeah, I am. I mean, it's obvious how I feel, isn't it? I didn't get justice.
Even though Sarah was sent to prison?
What, Sarah lost her freedom for a crime. That is not justice for me.
I know what he means. For the perp, once you've been convicted, the only way is up. They get to improve, rebuild, start afresh, learn a trade, get educated. The victim gets a smidgen of sympathy and a lifetime of grieving.
Yeah.
That's so true, isn't it? Their whole lives are overshadowed by what's missing. The world goes on, but they can't. When Bethany, my 19-year-old, was wee, a little lad, John, was knocked down outside the primary school. Hit and run. Killed outright.
Oh.
I still think about his mother. Our kids went on, didn't they? They grew up, reached their 10th birthday, double figures, went to high school, became teenagers, dressed up for proms and took their exams. John's friends from primary are strapping young lads now. And some of them are at uni, some are working, and there's others just lazing about. A couple are dads, but John, well, he's forever 5 years old. And his mummy. I once saw her standing near the spot where he was killed, just staring at his face.
Did they ever find the driver?
He was sentenced to 20 months. Fined a couple of grand. I think he did community service. That's not justice for John or his family.
How would you all define justice?
Death penalty for murder. None of this rehabilitation shite. Or at least get them working. And half of what they earn goes to the victim, even if they're on benefits.
Well, I think you have to rehabilitate people.
You would.
Or they spread even more misery.
Hence the death penalty.
The death penalty would be all right, but what if you hang the wrong person? That's not justice.
And what about you, Paul?
I think people should pay for what they've done.
You mentioned Paul.
Only so as you'd know I was over him.
Would you like to sit down, Sarah?
It feels better walking.
Does having to talk about Paul make you feel stressed?
I really don't want to talk about him.
Are you able to tell me why?
I feel like everyone's just waiting for the moment I run down to a petrol station and hunt him down.
Do you still think about him? It's all right if you do.
Sometimes, when he comes into my mind, I pretend he's a cloud in the sky. You know how they drift away or change shape until there's something completely different?
That's a good strategy.
You can't be afraid of a cloud.
That's true.
He knows I'm out. What if he comes looking for me? Does to me what I did to him?
Do you have any reason to think that's likely?
No, it's just my imagination working overtime.
What other strategies do you have when visualization doesn't work? Some days I imagine are harder than others, especially now you're on the outside. You won't get into trouble for having thoughts.
One time, a guy passed me on the street. It wasn't Paul. It couldn't have been because his skin was smooth. But he reminded me so much of him.
What did you do?
It was like someone had punched me. I couldn't move. I was out of breath for a few moments. There was a park nearby, so I went and sat there, had an ice cream.
Did that help?
It did, actually. The park was full of normal people doing their own thing. The world's a big place. Paul made mine small.
Can you tell me more about that?
Paul used to mean everything, but it was too much. I was like a ghost in my own life. It was better in prison where I couldn't see him. I had to do other things, develop other interests. I used to think me and Paul were the greatest love story. A romance bigger than Romeo and Juliet. But it wasn't.
What was it?
It was more that I was addicted to him. I mean, look what I did when he dumped me. Injuring all those other people. The damage to the halls, the disruption to people's lives, the fear. All over a guy who never loved me.
As I got further into working with both perpetrator and victim, sometimes I felt as though I was an omniscient narrator in a novel with access to points of view on both sides. But that suggests I understood everything that was happening, which wasn't the case. For example, while Sarah was free and I could see her determination to stay out of prison, Paul seemed to have swapped places with her. He was incarcerating himself and his family, his home a kind of fortress full of locks and cameras. All this behaviour made me wonder what kind of psychic skin Paul had developed, long before his physical skin was forever transformed and marked by fire. From my vantage point, I could see that both Paul and Sarah were engaged in a kind of shadow dance with the other, or with an idea of the other rooted in the distant past. Although Paul had another partner now, and Sarah had served a long prison sentence and done a lot of work on herself, it was almost as if no time had elapsed since the fire. The more I heard, the more it seemed that the past was very present, very live for both of them. So we've talked a lot about danger and safety today, about fear.
And that's what I still want to know. How do we stop the fear? At some point our families are going to get fed up, aren't they? If we keep acting like idiots. The thing that I don't want is the thing that's going to end up happening.
What do other people think?
Like, what if it ends up being me? Me who does all the damage?
Can you explain for us what you mean?
I read online that babies need to be held and that everything you do, even at this age, affects them forever. Like, absent dads can affect their children's development.
As long as children make secure attachments with at least one person, they usually thrive. Has it been troubling for you, becoming a dad?
Well, I don't want to be like mine. He never spoke much when I was growing up, and it's not much different now. Wasn't interested in what me and my sisters were doing. Mum took care of everything, ran us to clubs, after school activities. Like, I offered to go to the pub with him, wet the baby's head. He just looked pained.
Is he not into babies?
Oh, like, no, he's a brilliant granddad. He's totally fantastic. He cuddles Noah all the time.
You all right, Paul?
It's an emotional time, Paul. I remember when I had my sons, the sheer terror I felt. It all works out in the end.
Yeah, but what if I'm a terrible dad? Or cold? What will happen to Noah?
What makes you think you'd be terrible or cold, Paul?
My dad didn't get on with his dad.
But it doesn't mean you follow suit.
Yeah, but what if it does, though? What if I can't bond with him?
Just trust your instincts.
You seem like natural to me.
Yeah, well, how can I be if I can't even touch my own baby? Like, I've tried. I've really tried. It's not that I don't want to hold him. I just can't. Not since he was born.
Come on now. Babies scare everyone, man. They're tiny, wriggly, needy. We all feel it.
Yeah, but did you hold your kids?
Well, but I didn't do nappies.
I want to cuddle him. Rock him to sleep. Rose thinks he's the spit of her dad, but he totally looks like me, like I was before the fire. It's amazing. Like, I tell him that I love him, and he's got this giraffe, so I cuddle that, so when I do hold him, he'll know who I am.
He already knows you by the sound of your voice, Paul. It feels like you're doing everything you can. Just give it time.
Was it like that from the beginning?
Yeah. Like, labour was... it was a bloodbath. I mean, that's trauma right there. I'm in a hospital with Oz, it's carnage, and everyone's celebrating. I wanted to sit with my head between my knees. But that's the stereotype, the useless man. But, oh, God, it felt ill. I couldn't tell anyone that I hated seeing my wife suffering, that I was scared she was going to die. And then, like, being in the pram shop, Roz was carrying Noah. He was a newborn, but he's solid, and the weight of him was hurting her back. We didn't have a pram because, no, I wanted to wait until we had the baby. It was like labour all over again. I was useless. She was hurting, and I couldn't help her. I couldn't hold Noah, and then I looked over and I saw this woman, and it was her, Sarah. Except it wasn't. It never is.
Paul, becoming a parent is hard at the best of times. But for you, being a dad may be bringing back difficult memories.
Yeah, but the attack was years ago, and it has nothing to do with Noah.
Unresolved trauma is all about things from the past encroaching on the present. It means your history is in the now, where it doesn't belong.
So how do I fix it?
Keep your Wednesday nights free. Work through it with the rest of us. You'll be all right, pal.
I just want my life back.
Well, it sounds as though you're coping better than you give yourself credit for. Anything else you want to talk to me about today?
I'd like to know how to be normal.
That's an interesting idea. What's normal?
Being able to have conversations with people without feeling scared. All the people I've known, really, are connected with prison. I'd like to know how to talk to people on the outside.
What makes you think you can't do that?
When I was a kid, people thought I was weird, but I was dealing with a lot of things at home. My mother, Dad being away.
Yes?
I think I might have made a friend.
That's great news.
I've never had a proper girlfriend before. I mean, a friend-girlfriend, not romantic. I'm scared of blowing it.
Tell me more. What's her name? Where's she from?
Okay, she's not a friend yet, but she's said hello to me a couple of times.
Have you spoken to her?
Just small talk. That's why I need your help. There's so much I have to hold back. And what if she can tell I've been inside? I don't know how to talk to people.
You're talking to me.
You're a shrink. That doesn't count.
I'm not normal.
Well, I don't know. It's a weird job, isn't it?
So this potential new friend...
She was pregnant when I first saw her a few weeks ago. And now she's got a baby. A girl. I feel sorry for her.
That's interesting. Why?
She looked like she hadn't slept for days. Her baby was crying, and she kept eyeing the toilet like she needed a pee. She was all over the place. I wanted to help, but...
What would you like to have done?
Looked after the pram while she went to the loo, grabbed herself a coffee. No one else lifted a finger. There were other mums. They could have helped. What is it? Why are you smiling?
That's a lot of empathy you're feeling for someone you don't know. So, you've seen her since?
A couple of days ago. One of the girls in the hostel had a job interview, but she'd visitation with her toddler. Miss an interview and you lose your benefits. So I took the wee one to the park for her.
It's a huge responsibility looking after someone else's child. What was it like?
All right.
Were you scared?
Terrified. I've never really been around kids. I'm not interested in becoming a mum. I don't want to pass all my crap onto my kids. What do they call it? Genetic trauma?
Do you mean transgenerational trauma?
Yeah. I don't want anyone else being cursed.
So, you took the toddler to the park?
Ava. Yeah. It's pretty there. Ponds, waterfall. Feels like being in the countryside. Then I saw this woman and the baby. We had a wee chat. And we're going to meet up again next week.
Paul.
Hey. I didn't mean to wake you.
What time is it?
8:30.
How was it, the group thing?
Yeah, it was really good. There's only 3 other people. I'm the newbie, but by the end I felt like one of the gang.
That's brilliant.
I told them about Noah. Dr. Bridges thinks she can help.
I'm made up for you. To be honest, I didn't think you'd go. Thought you'd sneak off to the pub and spin me a yarn when you got back.
Yeah, well, that did cross my mind. Thought the group would be full of crazy people bawling their eyes out.
But it wasn't.
Well, there was one guy, but the others were okay.
I'll change him.
I'll get the nappies ready. The wipes, clean clothes.
Wow, that is progress. Oh, that's a nice smile. Did you see that, Paul? He smiled at you. See, he loves you.
Yeah, maybe it's just wind.
No, it was a big, gorgeous heartbreaker of a smile. My beautiful boy who loves his beautiful, brave daddy.
Did you buy balloons?
What? Oh, that? No, we got it at the park.
See the ducks, Ava? You see the quacks? Let's give them some food. There we go. Filling it in.
Hi, you alright?
Hi.
I've seen you about, wanted to say hello for ages.
Oh, same. You had the baby then. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. What's his name?
Noah. What's your wee one called?
Ava. Takes more after her dad's side than mine. Maybe the next kid, eh? Is Noah your first?
Yeah. It's hard, isn't it? But he's amazing. He's totally changed our lives.
It's weird how that happens. I used to spend hundreds on designer clothes, fake tan, getting my hair done, fillers. Now every spare penny goes on her. And I don't even miss it.
I mean, you don't need that junk. But mind you, I wouldn't say no to a touch of lipo. Attack the flab.
It all drops off in the end. Think about it. We've done something incredible. Brought another human being into the world.
And it was like squeezing a melon through a sock.
But that's why God gave us gas and air.
Yeah. I'm Roz, by the way.
I'm Alexandra.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
This Thing of Darkness, Part 3 by Lucia Haynes.
There's sugar on the side if you need it.
Thank you.
I washed the cup as best I could.
Oh, it's lovely. And how have you been this week? Last time we spoke, you said you might have made a new friend.
That all went really well. Better than I could have hoped.
Excellent.
Her name's Melanie. Her baby's called Elsa. I had a really good time.
Not too worried about holding a conversation?
I let her do most of the talking. You get to know people better that way, don't you? Instead of blathering on. I liked hearing all about her life.
And what's she like?
Chatty. Her husband, Gary's a security guard. Works shifts. She's quite lonely, even though she's always cracking jokes. And her baby likes me. Laughed when I pulled a silly face.
Well done.
Thanks. I have to admit, I'm really proud of myself.
And life at the hostel?
It's all good. And I'm keeping up with my journal. I find it helps to get my thoughts down. It sorts the stress out.
Has stress been a problem for you?
Maybe.
Only I wondered why you were wearing that jumper. It's not particularly cold. Sarah, you used to cut yourself when you were stressed, and fire setting took over as a way of managing that stress. So I do need to know if you've harmed yourself.
Only a little bit.
Do you feel able to show me? Maybe pull up your sleeves a bit?
It looks worse than it is. I've put on antiseptic.
Ah, that looks painful. As if you had painful thoughts.
I don't know.
Can you remember what you were feeling or thinking when you did this?
I've got no family. There's no one around to give me a hug or even tell me to stop behaving like an idiot when I'm feeling down.
So you were feeling low and not able to talk to anyone here in the hostel?
What do you think?
Do you have any sense of what led up to it at all? What was happening that day?
Why does it matter?
I think hurting yourself matters, Sarah. Tell me, if you can, what was going on to make you feel down?
I'd been walking in the park. I saw all these happy families. There was this guy, one hand gripping the handle on a fancy pram he was pushing. The other was holding his wife's hand, their fingers laced together.
What makes you think she was his wife?
He was wearing a wedding ring. They looked happy. She was singing Ed Sheeran to their kid. And the guy only had eyes for her. I felt a coldness in my gut. Like ice.
Like ice? In what way?
You know when everything goes numb? Like that.
Which reminds me, you once spoke about a feeling you used to have that made you want to set a fire, back at the allotments with the greenhouses.
You remember that?
I do. And what you've said makes sense to me. We've talked about the link between self-harming and fire before, and how they can become methods of communicating difficult emotions. So now I wonder, after you did this to your arm, when you felt that icy sensation, did you feel like it needed fire in response? Did you set a fire anywhere?
No, absolutely not. I promise I'm not going to do that. Or they'll recall me. I know I keep saying this, but I can't go back to prison.
So let's go back. You had that icy feeling, and then?
I went and bought a razor, and you can see what I did. It looks worse than it is.
It looks like a painful story written on your body, Sarah. And it makes me think it must have taken a lot of effort for you not to start a fire if you were really upset. Did you think about using your journal?
I wrote pages and pages. That's probably why I didn't start a fire. I wrote down my rage, my sorrow, whatever.
You know, there's nothing wrong with having strong feelings. It's what we do with them that matters.
Maybe it was a bit of the green-eyed monster.
You felt jealous of their happiness.
I imagined myself in that position. You know, like maybe one day I'll meet someone and he'll look at me the way that guy looked at his wife.
I understand. If you could have spoken to me at the time, while you were watching that couple, what would you have said? Can you tell me?
That I was feeling lonely, missed my dad. And what if I never have a relationship with a man? What if I'm just a weirdo? What if I can't escape my crime, my past?
I wonder if it's less about escape and more about putting the past in its proper place. Learning and creating a new way of living. Sarah, what would you think about joining a support group for women just released from prison?
Seems pointless. I told you I didn't start any fires or commit any crimes. The only person I hurt was me.
No, I get that. But you're describing the stress of painful feelings that many women coming out of prison feel. And talking with other people who are in the same boat might be better than hurting yourself.
It sounds like you think I'm like some powder keg about to blow. No thanks.
Even though Sarah insisted that she didn't need more help, the fact that she was so open with me about her feelings of anger and jealousy was reassuring. I'd known her for 6 weeks, and in that time I'd grown to like her. In her yearning story of the couple in the park, I heard her intense need to find a connection, and it made me wonder if she felt she needed that to survive. We are all social animals, interdependent, but I heard something else there, more akin to a deep craving, the same drive that can compel an addict to go to any lengths, overstep any moral boundaries if they need a fix. I was reminded of something a man in prison for homicide once said to me. I took a life because I needed one. I also thought that Sarah's desire for a relationship showed that she was thinking constructively about the future. People coming out of prison need to believe in life after offending. Much like the trauma group members, they often have an old me and a new me to negotiate, and I really hoped that Sarah could do it. She was still young, and she was smart, and she had shown that she could be pro-social, caring for others, working on herself, keeping to the rules. But for all that, I reminded myself that other people's minds are always opaque to us. And after just a short time out of prison, Sarah had reverted to cutting herself. Her lapse back into that kind of a solution for difficult feelings was a worry. The mention of a powder keg was also notable, given her history of fire setting, and it might be concerning. Or it might have another level of meaning. A powder keg holds lethal contents safely and is only activated if it comes in contact with a flame, and she had been very clear with me that she had no interest in playing with fire. In psychotherapy, metaphors like this are always worth noting and thinking about further. And I knew their use was a good indication. It showed me that Sarah was engaged with her mind.
All right,
Hello, it's good to see you here tonight. What's been on everyone's mind this week?
Well, I just want to know if Paul's wife spotted the hidden cameras in the bedroom.
It was just the one, and I got rid of it.
I wonder what it was about that aspect of Paul's story that stayed with you.
It's just a great story.
What about you, Malcolm? How was your week?
Same old, same old. Went to a dinner party at a pal's. Stole an earring.
What? That's bonkers.
Oh, I know. If someone pisses me off, I'd take something. And Kathy pissed me off.
Who's Kathy?
Another journalist. We used to work together on the paper.
What did she do to you?
She's up herself. Thinks she can do anything she wants, say anything. So I'm just teaching her a lesson.
What's the lesson she needs to learn?
Respect.
What did you do?
Made a tasteless joke at my expense about a story we both worked on.
Well, couldn't you just tell her you were angry?
She's a journal, isn't she? Would only tell me to wind my neck in. So, I hit her where it hurts. And Kathy loves her trinkets. And she was anxious when I left, thinking she'd lost it.
Do you like socialising, Malcolm? Could you have been stressed being with other people?
That wasn't it.
What about you, Rowena? Do you get stressed socialising?
Oh, more and more. I've been invited to a 20th anniversary party by one of my neighbours. I said I'd go, but I'm dreading it.
Well, it might be nice. Change the scene.
Well, I have to think about wheelchair access, and people talk to me differently if they see me at all.
Yeah, it's horrible, that, isn't it?
Yes.
People always think they have to speak to you in a special way instead of just treating you like a person.
Yes.
Could you not get one of your sons to take you? They'd be good company for you, wouldn't they?
Probably. But then I have to buy a new dress, get it adjusted so it doesn't catch in the wheels.
I love choosing outfits for people. Could have been a personal shopper in another life. So if you want any help...
thank you. And how are the children?
Oh, I was supposed to go to Edinburgh to see Bethany, but that's not happening.
Ah, too busy with her studies?
No, we had a bus stop.
Ah, because of the overprotectiveness?
No, she's dropped out of her course, and I said I would go and see her. Let her talk things through. Look, she's just having a wobble. And then she started to have a go at me. It's no big deal. I used to fight with my mum. It's normal, isn't it? Isn't it? Like mothers and daughters.
Oh, I couldn't say. I wasn't close to my mum.
Same.
Yeah, me neither.
Alex, is that a coincidence? None of us are close to our mothers, and we're all in a trauma group.
It is interesting, Rowena, I agree. There is good evidence that things that happen in childhood may affect us later in life. And this makes me wonder if people might like to try an exercise today about childhood memories.
Oh, I certainly would.
Mm-hmm.
So this exercise is about what we can remember of our childhoods and our relationships with people who cared for us, usually our parents.
Okay.
Can you think of 5 words that you would use to describe your mothers?
Oh.
And a memory that goes with the words?
5 words.
Well, I'll go first. Smart, fashionable, organised, fussy, thin. You know, like she'd never eat dessert thin. No, I always thought she looked at the pudding like she'd love to eat the whole lot.
I'll go organised, thrifty, honest, clever. She was clever. Pragmatic. Always had a jar with money for a rainy day, she'd say.
Malcolm? Kelly, would you like to try? I know this is a new task and it can take some thought.
Small, quiet, grey. That's it.
Kelly, is this upsetting for you?
I know how Bethany would describe me. Liar. Coward.
It's a cliché that psychiatrists and psychotherapists always ask about people's childhood experiences, especially with parents. Reminds me of that old joke about the definition of a Freudian slip, when you say one thing but mean your mother. But there is real science behind the earliest connections we have in life. Our memories of how we relate to our first carers generate the stories we tell of ourselves, narratives that we will go on to share with others throughout our lives. So the way someone remembers and articulates those memories can tell us something about how secure their mind is, whether they will seek help when stressed, and how they will manage those emotions we call afflictive, anger, fear, pain, rage, shame, and perhaps also the wish to hurt. Research tells us that if people don't form secure attachments in childhood, they're at greater risk in later life of being a victim, a perpetrator, or both, with all the trauma associated with those identities. That doesn't mean our parents are to blame for everything. Often the problem is the story we create of how we saw them, and that depends on language and memory.
Ghost. Weak. Thin. Sad. Desperate. I'm not like her. My mother was always making grand gestures to get Dad's attention. Like when she wanted to do up the house. She never did. I looked it up online. It's been rented out.
What was it like, seeing it?
Strange. I remember daft things about it, like the coal bunker. It was in the garden. I wish I could have gone to see it, but it's in the exclusion zone, so...
Why would you like to see it?
Memories. When we used to get coal, we'd store it in there. The driver would give me a lollipop. We stopped getting coal when I was in my teens, so I used it as a wee hidey hole.
Hiding from what?
The outside. It was so private. I could draw in peace. There's not much left of my old life.
Do you have anything belonging to your parents?
Oh, this jacket. It was my dad's. It's massive on me, but keeps me warm. I remember him wearing it when we lived in Germany, coming home. We had a routine. I'd wait till he'd hung up his coat, straightened the sleeves, put his boots at the door, neat lines. That was part of the fun. Wait for it, he'd say. I was there like a sprinter ready to run the 100 metres. When his boots were lined up straight, he'd look down and lift his eyes slowly. As soon as we made eye contact, that was my signal to go. I'd run into his arms and he'd scoop me up, laughing. His cheeks were always cold and I'd try and warm them up with a big kiss. And then he'd tell me a story. It was only years later, when I was in prison, I realised he was telling me about his day, how he felt.
Do you remember any of the stories?
No.
Your dad knew how ill your mother was. What was it like being left alone with her?
It was a compliment. He must have really trusted me. He'd seen how I'd managed before.
Remember the first time you came home and found your mother on the floor? How did your dad react?
I think he called a medic, an ambulance, went to the hospital with my mum.
Who looked after you when this happened?
One of the other mums, I think. No, that's wrong. I remember being in a room on a chair. My feet didn't reach the floor. There was a comic book and a glass of squash and a telephone.
Could be an office?
Maybe.
OK, so your mother tries to kill herself, your dad goes to hospital, leaving you with an adult in their office. It makes me wonder, did you have anyone to talk to? Was there anyone there to help you cope with that?
No. I just got on with life. I'm quite a strong person and it became normal. My mum was in bed a lot after that. My dad stayed at home, showed me how to look after her, how to make her a cup of tea, what numbers to call if she got ill again.
Do you remember what he said about it all?
No, just that we had to look after Mum.
You gave me some words to describe your mother. What about your father? What memories do you have of him?
Tall, broad, protective. When he hugged me, I felt I was disappearing, in a good way. Nothing could harm me.
Any particular memory of him come to mind?
He smelled of a lemony aftershave. He had brown eyes. We didn't talk much. When I went to high school, he stopped telling me stories because I was too old, obviously. He'd come in, straighten his jacket, line up his boots, eat his dinner alone. Sometimes he'd ask, "How's your mum been?" And I'd say fine, no matter what, because that's what he really wanted me to tell him. He had a study. It was just a room, but he would go there and shut the door. And the next time I'd see him would be the next day.
But why Why would your daughter call you those names?
Because I did lie to her. But I thought I was protecting her. I didn't think she would remember what happened.
Do you feel up to talking about it now?
I thought she'd forgotten. She was 5. And it was the last day of school before the summer holidays. I was walking Bethany and her friend John to school. Us mums would take turns. The kids were giddy. Their teacher was retiring and it was her last day, and we'd bought her a present. A mug with some chocolates in it. And a hand-painted card saying, "Thank you, Mrs. Baker." We started to cross. Some teenagers pushed through us, and I let go of the children's hands to give those girls a what for, but I remember hearing this booming sound in the distance. Music from a car radio. The booming got louder, the music. I heard screaming. And somehow Bethany had dropped the present in the road and the children were going back to get it. The lights were green. Her and John in the road. And the booming's getting closer. And I'm running towards my wee girl. You know they talk about things happening in slow motion. Well, it's true. My heart's pounding. But my limbs feel heavy. Somehow I get her. I grab her dress, yank her back. I can't get both kids. And the van hits the other child.
Kelly, I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't pity me. I did the worst thing ever. I lied about it. Bethany kept asking me what happened to John, and I pretended he was absolutely fine. I moved her to another school. I thought that would take care of things. I wanted her to forget. But she kept asking about John. I just stopped talking about it. I saw his mum once. Oh, I think I told you last week. Standing where he would have been. I wanted to apologise to her. But I couldn't speak. And now my daughter hates me. And it's what I deserve.
You did what you had to do. How could you save 2 kids at once?
I've traumatised my own child. She's dropped out of uni. Not because I was too weak to tell her the truth.
You saved her life?
Why not explain to the whole family what happened? Go to a restaurant, a neutral location.
What would you like to do, Kelly?
Invite you along. Let you tell them. You'd put it better than me.
You know, I think...
Go on.
I think Kelly's a good mum. My ex-girlfriend's mum, she was a right oddball. I mean, maybe that's why Sarah was the way she was.
Everyone should get trained before they're allowed to have kids. It would solve a lot of problems.
What skills should a good parent have?
Love. And telling the truth.
Love and the ability to run a house.
Respect. My mum and Ros are organising my son's christening. I thought it would be close family only, but my mum's invited everyone. And Ros thinks we should keep the peace because my mum's going to be doing childcare when Ros goes back to work.
Do you have a big family?
Yeah. My cousins and aunties are all coming over from Donegal. Pisses me off.
Can you help us to understand what bugs you about that, Paul?
These relatives haven't seen me since the fire. They weren't arsed to come and visit me then. Why are they coming now?
Just get it over and done with. Have a few jars.
I've done better than that. I've cancelled it.
Eh?
You've cancelled your son's christening?
I was on the phone to the hotel and I realised I don't want the hassle, so I cancelled it.
Oh, the shit's going to hit the fan. Or what? Am I wrong?
What about your rellies coming over from Donegal?
Well, they can still have a family get-together.
They can have a get-together. Where will you be?
I'll do my own thing. My dad will probably be glad.
Doesn't he like social things either?
Not when I'm there. Look, I know it's a bit of a mess, but it's done now.
What is it about you being there, Paul, that he doesn't like?
Have a guess.
Tell us what you think it is.
Mr. Burns.
He's still your dad. And your relatives, well, they must have seen you in photographs or something.
No. My mum used to do a family Christmas card with us all on it. First year with the Burns. I wasn't there, of course, but I've never been reinstated.
What's that like for you?
Yeah, it hurts. Because I don't look perfect. I'm not including family things. Well, except when it suits her.
Right, I get it now.
What'd you get?
Well, you work nights.
The money's better, I have a young family.
No one can see your scars. You're hiding.
Yeah, at least I'm not stealing from my mates.
What's this really about? What's your anger about, Paul?
I want people to treat me like a human being. And to be left alone. It's too much, all these people staring at me or pretending that they're not staring. I don't know which is worse. No one knows what to say. I feel like a monster. Always on show. I'd have to hold Noah at the christening. I can't do it, so I'll be twice the freak I already am. They'll be talking about it for years.
That does sound really hard.
Yeah. I wish I could run to the hills.
Or you could just go to the ceremony, tough it out. Family's family.
If you could do anything now, Paul, what would you do?
I'd disappear. I can't tell Ros that.
Isn't cancelling the christening a way of telling her that?
And you're repeating what your mum did to you with the family Christmas card, erasing yourself.
It's my choice this time.
And what about Ross?
Letting go. That trite little phrase sounds so easy, doesn't it? Just open your fist and hey presto, the sand drifts softly to the ground. But it doesn't work like that for a lot of people. I try to start by getting my patients to work on just loosening their grip, bit by bit. The process is highly individual. There's no set timeline or certain cure, and it can be really challenging. This is particularly true for people with PTS, who are grappling with their past while still dealing with important things unfolding in real time outside the therapy room. Work, family, births, marriages, deaths, and all the while that sharp pain of trauma keeps coming up, rending the fabric of daily life, breaching their peace of mind. This is why we say people have to get on with trauma, not get over it. And you can't put life on hold while you address past pain. The work of trauma therapy is not about recovery as much as it's about discovery, finding a new way of being. And if we think about discoveries of any sort, they are rarely straightforward and usually involve taking a lot of chances, doing some experimentation. You may stumble and feel you're failing at times, but as Samuel Beckett says, you fail again and fail better. This is how it works. There are no shortcuts.
You want me to talk about Paul?
Not necessarily.
Be odd not to. I met him in music class. He played guitar.
And you?
Violin.
Did you ever play together?
No. I wasn't spending much time in school then.
You were both 17 or so, is that right? Is that around the time your father died? Sarah?
Mm-hmm. IED, Afghanistan. I came back and saw a car I didn't recognise pull up outside the house. I knew why without knowing.
What did you do?
I walked to the shops, got a can of cherry coke, went down to the allotments, stayed there for a while. Then I went to the school gate and met up with Paul.
And what did Paul do?
I didn't tell him straight away. I wanted the fantasy that everything was still the same to last a bit longer. Also, he was excited because he'd just got an unconditional offer to study architecture at Strathclyde. He walked me back to mine. He saw the C&Os. So I told him. I thought he would put his arms around me or something.
What was his response?
Mumbled a bit. Put his hands in his pockets. I think he said, "That's shit." And then it got awkward. So I gave him a peck on the cheek. I went up the drive. I turned to see if he was looking back, but he was on his phone, chatting to some friend.
So you had to manage your mother's distress and your own.
I thought Dad wasn't dead. I thought he'd faked it to get away from Mum, and that he'd come back for me. Then as the weeks passed, I realised he'd really gone.
And by then you and Paul?
He'd gone to uni.
And you were alone with your mother?
Time was standing still, really. The pair of us mooching around the house. I'd ring Paul. Sometimes he'd pick up, other times he wouldn't. I didn't know whether I was his girlfriend or not. He never officially dumped me, or even called me his girlfriend, if I think about it. And when he went to uni, all he said was, "See you later." What did that mean? Next weekend? Next month? Next year?
That was a very tough period for you, losing your father, your mother's poor mental health, and then Paul left. How did you manage?
I think you can guess.
Why don't you just tell me?
Razor blades. Fires.
We've been talking about how that was a way of communicating for you. What do you think you were trying to say, and to whom?
I wanted Paul.
What did you want from him?
I wanted him to tell me why he dumped me when I'd never needed him more.
So you contacted him?
I had to. I never knew where I was with him. He ignored me when he was away in Glasgow and wanted sex with me when he came back home. I knew he was sleeping with other girls because the sex was better. I asked him what I meant to him, like, was I his girlfriend or not?
What did he say?
He didn't believe in labels. Said, why couldn't we just carry on the way we were? I wanted to know why I couldn't speak to him during the week, why he never answered my calls. He'd just kiss me and tell me to enjoy the moment. And I'd go along with it, because I had nothing else. I was afraid of losing him.
What do you think now?
Maybe he was afraid of showing his feelings. If I'd been more patient, instead of ringing him like a mad woman.
What made you think that?
He changed his number.
And what was your response to that?
Well, obviously I'd messed up, so I needed to apologise. I went round, left presents. One time a scarf that had belonged to my dad. I bought him a sweatshirt, chocolate, socks, ordered him meals. I was trying to say sorry for being OTT. I just needed him to tell me one way or the other. So one time, when I went into Glasgow to get a tattoo, I went to see him. I thought he'd be pleased. When I was in art class, I'd put a wee butterfly at the bottom of my artwork. He always said it would make a great tattoo, so I wanted to show him, and to ask him where I stood. I saw him outside a lecture theatre. He was kissing this gorgeous girl. He saw me inside. "I'll take care of this," he said to her, and he asked me to go.
So he told you the relationship was over?
No, he didn't. He didn't want me coming round to the lecture theatre, and that was fair enough. I didn't go back there.
I'm conscious you were dealing with a lot, and now you'd seen him with another girl.
All this is in my records.
We're talking now. We don't need records to discuss this. I'm wondering if you can tell me what you were thinking at the time of the offence.
I don't know if I can. Memories come back in fragments. I must have blocked out a lot of what I did.
I understand it is difficult to remember all the details. Perhaps you recall how you decided to do it, the discussion you had with yourself.
I just wanted to get him to talk to me. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him, and he was all I had.
Did you have him, though? You saw him with somebody else.
I had that horrible feeling of the ice. I heard him introduce her as his girlfriend. "This is my girlfriend, Amy." We'd gone out for a year, and he never once, not once, called me that. And they'd been together 4 months, and he was smitten. My girlfriend! What was wrong with me?
You remember thinking that there was something wrong with you?
I'd been to the uni to drop off a letter. He didn't see me, but I heard him. You see, I did try other ways to communicate with him. Wrote letters that he never answered.
And when was the fire?
A couple of weeks later. I know what you're thinking.
What am I thinking, Sarah?
You think I'm horrible. And it was horrible feeling that way about Paul. It was so intense. Do you know when you can't get a song out of your head? What do they call it? Having an earworm.
Like an obsession?
He was like that for me. He kept playing in a loop in my head, and I couldn't get free. He was all over my house, in the streets where I walked, the shops, the loch, the allotments. There was nowhere to escape the memory of him. I was trapped.
So do you mean setting the fire freed you of Paul in a way?
I just wanted it all to end. I bought the petrol, filled up the container, put it in my rucksack. No one paid me any attention. Well, I had to show my ID because people always thought I was younger. And then I set off for the uni.
Can you remember what was going through your mind?
Nothing. I switched off. Felt calm.
What did you think would happen?
There'd be a little fire. Sprinklers would kick in, and he'd have to come out of the building. He couldn't ignore me anymore. There wasn't the security there is now. I just slipped in, sprinkled the petrol everywhere, and lit a match.
I had the sense that the loss of her father had shifted Sarah into a new gear. Her teenage feelings for the hot guy in her music class escalated, acquiring a different quality, much like a fire that jumps a boundary and cannot be contained. I think I was left feeling that there was still heat in her attachment to Paul, because I'd seen evidence that this was stressful for her, enough to reignite her wish to self-harm. I was willing to believe she hadn't tried setting any actual fires, but I couldn't assume that would remain true. She had clearly described to me an old pattern of moving from cutting to arson. I would unpack these impressions with my colleagues, get their viewpoint. I'm grateful that I don't have to work in situations like this alone. It's the teamwork, the mutual support and shared responsibility that drew me to forensic work in the first place. We all need someone to lean on, right? And that applied to Sarah as well. It wasn't encouraging that she kept rejecting offers of further support, but at least she'd made a new friend, and that had to be a good thing.
Alexandra, look at the waistcoat he'll be wearing. Oh, isn't it cute?
Oh, that's totally gorgeous.
I know. I can't believe he's mine sometimes. You've got me wrapped around your little finger, haven't you? Well, I wish you and Gary could come. I'd love you both to meet Paul.
Oh, I'd love to be there, but we're going down to his parents. 3-line whip, 30th wedding anniversary.
30th? What's that then?
How do you mean?
Silver is 25, golden is 50. What's 30?
Not a clue. Gary does all that stuff.
Can we do a swap? If that were my in-laws, I'd have to organise everything.
Do you buy birthday cards and sort Christmas?
Do you know what? I'm not going to slag him off, because normally he's really good. It's just a phase. Once he realises we're safe.
Safe?
Sorry. He had a stalker.
What?
I'm serious.
A stalker?
Yeah. She's been banged up for the last 10 years and now she's out.
That's terrible. Is she phoning and hassling him?
That's just it. I don't think Sarah's bothered. She's getting on with her life, probably found some other mug. She set fire to his halls at uni because he wouldn't speak to her.
God. But he got out okay?
He was badly burned. His face. His skin's all lined and tight. His eye droops a bit. But he can see okay. I mean, obviously, because he's a taxi driver and he's never had an accident.
Did you know he had a stalker when you met him?
He told me a few months after we were going out. I think he was worried in case she started targeting me. I don't scare easy, so I am not worried.
Oh, you're beautiful, brave, you've got a gorgeous son. He's a lucky man.
Behave yourself.
Hey, listen, I could sketch a picture of Noah, if you wanted, as a christening gift.
That would be amazing. Are you sure?
I'd be delighted. We'll go for a coffee and I'll do it then. You guys deserve good things after everything you've been through. How's Paul now?
Still totally traumatised. She dominates everything.
Nightmare.
He sees her everywhere, the mighty Sarah. Her house is like Fort Knox. I found a bloody camera in our bedroom this morning. Yeah, we had words. I was livid. There's being protective and there's being paranoid.
You don't think he'd upload anything online, do you?
No one's that desperate for porn that they'd watch me, unless they're into tits leaking milk.
There's a weirdo for everyone.
What does he think's going on when he's out?
I'll tell my mates to only call his cab. Does Paul have a card?
He works the high street rank. 10 p.m. onwards. There you go.
Thanks. And, are you getting enough help now with the little one?
Yeah, I'm in more of a routine. I felt like a badass after giving birth, you know. If I can do that, I can do anything. So's your mother-in-law got Ava today?
Yeah. Yeah, she's really good with her, and I get the time to chill with my friends.
Oh, sorry, just a sec. It's the hotel where we're having the christening. I won't get my deposit back because I've cancelled. But I haven't. See, that's another thing I've got to deal with. Sorry, Alexandra, I'm going to have to call them and sort this out.
Mm-hmm. I was a bit obsessed with Paul. I can see that now.
So what would you like to say to him if you could?
Too many things.
Like?
I'm sorry for everything.
Okay. It's almost time for us to finish for today. Do you have your journal with you?
I carry it with me all the time. If I left it in my room, someone might read it.
Great. So would you like to use it now and try to write down what you'd say to Paul if you could? When we look back at the year before you set fire to Paul's building, there's grief.
My dad.
Trauma.
Our old friend.
A lot of pain. It seems to me no one was listening to you, and you had very little support.
So writing a letter to Paul and giving it to him...
Metaphorically. You can always rip it out and throw it away. It's just a symbolic action. Come on, let's do it. You can read it out loud if you want me to be a witness to it, or to yourself.
I'll read it out to you as I write it. I don't know how to start, though.
Whatever makes you comfortable.
Okay. How are you doing, Paul? I can imagine it's a bit of a surprise hearing from me after all this time. Please, don't be scared. The last thing I want to do is hurt you. And I'm sorry for every second of pain I've put you through.
There you go. Yeah, you'll make your train, no bother. All right, cheers now.
All I ever wanted was the best for you. I should have found better ways of communicating my feelings. I was so lonely when you left for university. I felt abandoned. Words evaporated, failed me. I could only speak with fire.
Hey.
Hey, you alright?
Yeah, is everything okay?
I've had the weirdest call today about the christening.
Don't worry, I sorted it. Look, I think they got us mixed up with another booking. It's all good.
Oh, I thought I'd have to go and play Merry Hell. Right, stay safe.
Okay.
I've got you on here. Hold on. Say night-night, Daddy.
Night-night, son. I'll see you later. Love you both.
I felt used. My heart was broken. I was fragile. And you were careless. But I forgive you. And I hope you can forgive me. There'll always be a part of me that loves you. But I have to let you go.
Hey, we have two, love.
How you doing, Paul?
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
This Thing of Darkness, Part 4 by Anita Vettesse.
One of the reasons I like working with groups in therapy is the dynamic, the musicality of it, like a jazz ensemble. Someone starts with a solo, improvising a melody, then there's a pause, an energetic shift before others come in with their own line, creating a complex harmony. The art of running a group is to allow for that flow and not to worry too much about any interruptions or silences in between. The early group analysts called themselves conductors. I like that. We're feeling the rhythms in the room, guiding as the song builds, sometimes cueing a soloist we haven't heard from yet, but mainly letting the threads of different notes and spaces unwind as they will. We were 5 in the trauma group that day when Paul started to talk, the 4 patients and me gathered in our usual circle. Rowena had been developing an emerging theme about memory, describing how she'd been trying to work her way back to the time before her injury, concentrating on the hours beforehand, when it had seemed like just another day. To everyone's surprise, Paul, who had not contributed much till now, took a cue from her. Once he'd begun, it was as if he couldn't stop. It happens. The others knew that. They'd been in the group a little longer, and like seasoned musicians, they could sense that it was time to let him riff.
And Tariq and I had just grabbed a KFC coming back from Five-A-Sides, like we were starving. We stuck on the telly and got ready to tear in, but my phone rang. And it was Sarah. I'd had about 20 missed calls and 10 voicemails, and that was just during Five-A-Sides.
What, was it usually more?
Oh, God, aye. Like texts, calls, voicemails. It could be up to like 50, 100 a day.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not to mention, like, handwritten cards, gifts, letters, teddy bears, her dad's scarf one time, and her underwear too. That was interesting.
Oh, well, it's not unusual. We've all done that when we were young. It's romantic.
I've not.
Aye, well, you're not what I'd call romantic, Malcolm.
I've had my moments, Kelly. Rare, yes, but I've had them.
Well, like, we'd split up before I went to uni, so, like, it was unusual.
I know where this is going. 2 words. Glenn Close.
And I'd stopped listening to her voicemails for a few weeks at this point. I mean, you know, over time I'd learned that they were going to be one of 2 things, abusive or hysterical, and, like, Amy was starting to get freaked.
Amy?
It's a girl I was kind of seeing at the time, like, casual, like.
Oh.
So, that night, I let it ring out and got stuck into my scran. You know, but she wouldn't let it lie. Turned the ringer off, but I kept seeing her name flashing, so I grabbed the phone to switch it off, but Tariq nabbed it off me, and he answered it. He had a mouthful of chicken, and he told her to stop calling me because her nuggets were freezing. And I burst out laughing. Tariq was pissing himself too, told her she was a psycho biatch and to leave me alone. Yeah, it worked for about 10 minutes. We had peace, then she started calling again. And this time I answered, and all I heard was this weird crying, like, you know, like she couldn't catch her breath. I told her I'd just calm down, we'd talk tomorrow, but she wasn't having it. Kept saying that, you know, that's what I always said, and I never followed through. She needed to speak to me tonight. She wanted me to come down and meet her at the door.
Well, she was outside the halls.
Aye. She had a habit of turning up whenever she felt like it, unannounced, and tonight was no different.
Oh, that's your Boyle the Bunny right there.
And that's no the half of it. Aye, so I got up, I looked out the window, and there she was, like some horror film, talking to me on the phone, looking directly at me. And by this point, Amy had come back from the union, blazing drunk, told me there was some mad bint ranting at the front door, shouting my name. Tariq told her it was my ex, so Amy tried to grab the phone off me, but I told her I was dealing with it. And so Sarah, on the phone, started yelling crap about, I don't know, chicken nuggets taking precedence over her. I told her I was going to put the phone down and call the police if she didn't leave, but then she suddenly became nice. Like, begged me to just come down and meet her to talk. She even got down on her knees, rocking back and forth, crying, saying she had no money to get back home. And I had to help her. She looked so scared and small and lost. So I told her I was going to come down and give her the money to get home, but she had to promise me that she'd leave right after. But when Amy heard me say that, she went nuts and ran to the window, started yelling down at Sarah to piss off and have some dignity, and that she was going out with me now. And I saw Sarah's reaction on hearing that, and I knew.
Knew what?
That something had shifted.
Huh? What?
And at the time I couldn't say exactly what it was. I just had this overwhelming feeling of dread.
Had you actually told her it was over?
Aye. Maybe she still thought you were a thing.
What? No, she knew. The night before I was due to go to uni, she was making plans about coming up to stay the following weekend. I told her to let me settle in, but I don't know, she wasn't having it. She said she'd bought her ticket and I'd have to meet her off the bus end of. And later that night, she started going on about what pubs I was going to take her to when she came up. I said I didn't want her to come just yet, so we argued. She started to throw stuff at me, saying I had to admit that I wanted to end it, and when I eventually did, she stopped yelling and, like, stood still. Didn't move for ages. Just stared, not at me, but just beyond my head. It was weird. I asked her if she was okay, but she wouldn't answer. And I kept trying to explain to her why. I told her I loved her, like, I really loved her, but I wanted to experience new things. After about 10 minutes or so, she said to get the hell out of her house. So I did. And that night, I woke up to her chucking stones at my window. It was like 3 a.m, and she was crying, like sobbing. I was half asleep, so I let her come into my bed before my folks heard her. When I woke up the next morning, she was sitting at the edge of my bed, and I could see blood on my pillow, dotted all over the duvet. She'd taken my razor from a shelf and made cuts all over her legs. She wouldn't let me take her to the bathroom to clean her up, and I was scared she'd slash her wrist or, I don't know, try and slash me. So I told her I was sorry about wanting to finish it and that I probably just needed a break. When I said that, she faced me and smiled. She put the razor on the shelf, stuck her jeans and trainers on, and then left. That afternoon, my folks drove me to Hall's. I didn't hear from her for, like, 2 weeks, I think it was. And then it started. The calls. Threats, unplanned visits, gifts, letters. It was relentless. And it got steadily worse.
Romantic love doesn't have an on-off switch. Or as the old song goes, you can't start it like a car, you can't stop it with a gun. Few people make it to adulthood without some experience of heartbreak and rejection, and it's pretty common to cling to someone we love for a time after a relationship ends. But most of us won't persist in an attachment that we know the other person no longer wants. Paul was describing someone who couldn't do that, who had escalated beyond a familiar teen breakup melodrama to something more serious. When he had moved on, Sarah had been determined to let him know that this was unacceptable. She was effectively telling him, I'm completely and utterly in love with you, but what you feel or think about our relationship doesn't interest me. Although Sarah's index crime had been arson, this kind of love-hate paradox was familiar to me from treating people who had been convicted of stalking. No matter what their victim did or said, they would refuse to hear it. Their psychological deafness can be terrifying, most of all because it lingers, sometimes for years, even decades. I'd read of one victim who likened her experience of being stalked to having a debilitating virus, untreatable and chronic. Despite her declarations that she'd moved on, and her apparent openness with me, I recognised the Sarah I knew in his description of her 10 years ago. I began to feel uneasy. We're trained never to ignore such responses and to pay close attention when they arise. But my experience of trauma groups taught me that the door Paul had opened for us onto his past might slam shut at any time. I had to stay present, listen for starts and stops, encourage him to keep going, and observe the group's response. I was the conductor, and the music was in full flow. So that evening, in Halls, you said it got steadily worse.
Yeah.
You feel up for telling us how?
You okay?
Oh, right. Okay. Amy bollocks said out the window and then goes into my bed. I stay up playing FIFA and the fire alarm goes off. I'm thinking it's Sam sparking up a toke. I yell at him to open his window, but he appears in the kitchen and says he's been studying. Suddenly, folk outside start screaming to get out. It's only then I smell the smoke, but I've got no idea where it's coming from. I can hear fire engines in the distance. Tariq goes out in the stairwell, runs down to the first landing, opens the door, but when he does, flames blast through and he falls back. I run down to help him, and then suddenly he just shoots up, pulls his jersey over his head and screams. We need to run for it. I scream back at him to stop, but he's gone. I bolt back up the stairs into my room and I wake up Amy. She's still half cut, so I lift her literally and lean her against the door. I try to open my window, but it has a safety catch, only opens a few inches. I grab the duvet from my bed. I tell Amy that we have to make a run for it. I pull her down the corridor. The whole time I'm yelling for Sam and Casey, but no one answers, so I presume they've got out.
And did they?
Yeah, but they weren't in a good way.
I remember this.
Yeah, me too. It was all over the news.
It was a huge story.
Yes, it was awful.
Yeah. So, how did you and Amy get out?
The only way out was to follow Tariq. Genuinely, there was no other way I could think of in that moment. The fire was spreading so quickly. I put the duvet over our heads and run for it, like down the stairs, through the fire door into the heat. And eventually we are outside. I'm not aware I'm on fire. I'm just relieved we're out on the street and we seem to be alive. Fireman screams at us to drop and roll, drop and roll, drop and roll. I don't know what he means. He shoves me hard to the ground. I wake up in hospital 3 days later and my dad's standing over me. My mum is asleep in a chair in the corner. There's a policeman outside waiting to speak to me. My dad says, only when I'm up for it. Like, up for what? I've got no idea where I am or what I'm doing in a hospital bed. I feel sick and my mouth and my chest sting, and my dad says, Sarah, she started the fire. The same person who got my cab last Friday night.
I said, how are you doing, Paul? It's me, Sarah.
I know who it is.
Your face.
Get out.
Look at you.
Get the hell out of my cab.
I just need 5 minutes. That's all, please.
You are getting bugger all.
What are you doing?
Look like.
Please.
Get out.
5 minutes, that's all.
Like.
You're hurting me, stop it. I just want to talk.
Let go of the handle.
People are looking.
You know what? I don't give a shit. Get the hell out of my cab.
They're coming over.
Believe this.
Do you have to do that? Can't you leave them unlocked? It's just I get...
I'll unlock them when we get to the police station.
I'm not here to hurt you. I said I'm not here to hurt you. Paul? Paul? Please, I just want to talk for 5 minutes.
Hey! You break that, you'll pay for it. Get back in the seat. I said get back in the bloody seat and put your seatbelt on. You can't be anywhere near me.
I know, but...
You break license, you go back to jail.
But I just need to give you something.
No, you don't.
I've written some things.
Yeah, well, save it for the police.
My psychiatrist says
Yeah, I don't give a shit what he says.
She says it's good to write my feelings down about you, what I did. She thinks if you read it, it'll help us move on and have closure.
Closure?
Yeah.
Yeah, then she's as deranged as you.
She's made me understand why I did what I did.
Shut up.
I know it doesn't make it right.
Shut up.
Paul!
I said shut up.
Paul, you okay? I have water. Here, take it. It's unopened.
I don't want it. I'm moan.
You've spilled some. Just there.
Get back.
I just want to give you this. And down your jacket. It's so good to see you.
Go to hell. You need to piss off. Like now. You can't be anywhere near me.
You going to answer that? Oh, I can stand over here, give you some privacy.
You know, you might be able to hoodwink your shrink, but not me. Next time, call an Uber.
Wait, which way's town?
Yeah, don't pretend you don't know.
I've forgotten, I swear.
Oh, that brings back some memories. The baby voice, the damsel in distress, needing a big brave man to help you. Well, find some other idiot.
It's been 10 years. I've forgotten how to get there. Please.
Yeah? Well, you never forget anything. The flyover up ahead, cross there. I'll take you to town.
Over the motorway?
Yeah. Good luck when negotiating that.
One of the most important things I've learned as a therapist has been to hold myself in uncertainty and not leap to conclusions. I think of it as hovering in the bardo, that Buddhist idea of a place of not knowing. I've also learned that in therapy, people tell stories of themselves that they might wish had happened, as well as describing what really occurred. It can be real for them, even if it can't be true. Paul's evident emotion and the complexity of his choices had an authentic feel. If his story was true, the implications were grave. I'd have to act. I could no longer maintain a defensive wall between supporting Sarah in her rehabilitation and supporting Paul in his recovery. These were two survivors of the same disaster who were never meant to meet again, because it was just too risky for both of them. It really worried me that Sarah was willing to jeopardise her newfound freedom, which she had claimed was all important to her. In the short time I'd worked with her, I'd thought that she was serious about her rehabilitation. This news seemed to undermine that idea entirely, and I felt angry and anxious. But my feelings weren't material now. What mattered was what happened next, and how much danger Paul might be in.
When she walked up the grass verge, she was so thin her body shook as trucks sped past her. I thought she was going to get blown over or sucked under their tyres. And I knew then that she was either going to kill herself or cause a pile-up, so I stuck on my hazards and crawled along next to her and yelled at her to get in the cab. I mean, she ignored me at first, but then eventually caved. And she sat in the back seat and gazed out at the buildings like like nothing had happened. No hint of fear, no adrenaline rush, no after effect of having just walked up a dual carriageway. But that was her. Fearless. It was one of the things I used to love about her. I mind in school, if she wasn't interested in you or didn't take to you, she'd just pull the shutters down, even with the teachers. If she liked you, she invested in you. If she didn't, then that was it. No compromise, no negotiation, just certainty. And that made her both terrifying and irresistible.
Irresistible?
And she sounds bloody nuts.
What do you mean irresistible?
What? I don't know, I just...
You made her irresistible then or now?
What's on your mind, Rowena?
I'm interested in the word.
Why that word specifically?
Well, it's suggestive. It implies something out with our control.
I didn't mean it that way.
Then how did you mean it?
I'm trying to explain.
Or find excuses.
Give the guy a break.
Well, boys together, of course.
Oh, don't I start that.
Look, what's so hard about answering the question?
Dr. B said this is a safe space, and to be truthful, she said that.
So, be truthful.
I got her back in the cab. I had no idea where I was taking her. I just drove around.
To the police station, you said?
No, I wanted to, but we were miles away, and I was wary.
About what?
What? No, I knew what she was capable of. I knew that if I stopped at a police station, she probably would have said that I abused her or tried to assault her or...
But she said she just wanted to talk. Explain.
Oh, Sarah never just wants to explain anything.
How do you know that?
What, she did this to my face and torso the last time she felt like a chat, so...
Paul, what's going on now? What are you thinking?
I needed to keep driving. To think. But it was hard to get a clear head when she was staring at me like that.
Like what?
Like... she loved me. Like, really, really, without question, loved me.
Is it irresistible if someone shows you that they love you so much that they'll never stop trying to be with you? C.S. Lewis talks about the 4 kinds of love: affection, friendship, erotic love, and charitable love. But I wonder if there is a 5th, deluded love. Naturally, the French have a term for it: mad love or amour fou. Deluded lovers lose sight of reality, blind themselves to what they don't want to see. As Paul's story unwound, I found myself wondering, who was deceiving themselves more, Paul or Sarah?
Do you own the cab or rent it? I'm being ignored. Of course. Why don't I just talk and hope some of it lands?
It won't, so don't even bother.
Lover's Lock? You've brought me here.
Not for any sentimental reason. It's near your mum's. You can walk home from here.
That's thoughtful of you.
Take it that's where you're living.
I haven't been back here since you and I...
Get out. I said, get out.
It's tiny. I always thought the island was miles away. It's just there. Look. Fancy a paddle? Old time's sake?
I'm over here.
You eating KFC made it twice as bad. It was like you were saying, life moves on, Sarah. Get over yourself. Do you know how rude that was? It was impossible for me to eat or move on without you.
I'm not doing this.
And Amy, was that her name? Telling me to have dignity. That was tough. I only wanted to set off the smoke alarms to
What?
get...
To smoke me out?
To get you outside. To speak to me. I never ever wanted it to go...
What, you mean this? Here? My face? My neck? My torso, induced coma, months of operations. Learning to use my hands again, my mouth, learning to speak. Years of skin grafts taken from every part of my body, making me one big walking scar. The weekly pain clinics, constant infections, scouring the streets at all hours for illegal analgesics to stop me feeling like my skin was about to tear open, it was so stretched. Or turning up at Amy's house and begging her parents to let me see her and them screaming, hadn't I done enough?
I needed an explanation.
It was obvious.
Not to me.
No, of course not. Not to you. Because no one ever said no to you, and if they did, you either had a tantrum until they said yes, or you hurt them.
I called for help. I tried to shout up to your window to warn you. I kept ringing your mobile, but it was switched off.
Because you were harassing me. You harassed me, Sarah, and then you burned down my dorm and destroyed 3 people's lives.
You left without saying goodbye.
No,
Yeah.
you are not blaming me for
I'm
this.
not.
You burned down an entire building because I didn't answer your calls.
We spend every day together. Every
Okay, I am
day.
definitely going
For a
there.
year and 2 weeks we were inseparable. Then you just stopped.
Well, things end.
Oh, yes, but...
I told you it was over.
After I prized it out of you.
Well, yeah, because when I told you, you reached for a razor.
That's what people do when they love someone and they don't want them to end it.
5 minutes is over.
Oh, you had your big new life in the city and you left me with nothing.
What? You could have had all that. You had the brains to go to uni, but you always thought you were better than everyone. The teachers, the exams, not the conforming.
I didn't think I was better than anyone. It just didn't interest me. You interested me. Nothing else mattered.
See, that is the creepy bit.
Is it?
Yeah, trust me, it's creepy.
I don't think it is.
Most people, listen to Adele for a week and they get pissed with their pals and move on, but not you.
I had no friends.
I wonder why.
I was too busy supporting you.
And that's the story you tell yourself, is it?
All the plans we'd made about getting a flat together to do what the hell we wanted, gone. You promised me we'd do that.
I was 18.
I don't care. I believed you.
Well, that's your problem.
No. Has it slipped your mind the countless trips that I paid for up to Glasgow so you could get to know your new university world? And what did you do every time we came back from one of those trips? You'd crawl into my bed and cry like a baby because you were scared. Scared of the big bad world. So I'd have to crawl in beside you and hold you and kiss you and tell you it was going to be all right. Then you'd calm down. Then tell me to get undressed. Then we'd have sex and everything was restored.
You done?
Oh yeah, done. I've gone over my 5 minutes. I can only apologise.
What are you doing?
What's it look like?
Right, you can't swim.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to try and pop myself. I'm not my mother. Oh, yeah, Harriet finally copped it. Natural causes, though. Watching Pointless, would you believe? Oh, yeah. You have to laugh at the irony. Can you unzip me? I asked if you can unzip me. Oh, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it myself. My mother was always nicer when you were around.
People walk the dogs here.
So?
You're half naked.
Who cares? It'll brighten up their evening. Bra? Pants? What the hell? In for a penny. Wish me luck. Ow!
The water. Right, come on, it's deeper than you think.
Fine.
You'll go under.
I'm just going to paddle.
Just put some clothes on.
Oh, but I might also take a dip. See how I feel.
A young couple died not long ago.
It's so lovely.
I'm serious, Sarah, they drowned. I'm not playing this game with you.
I'm not asking you to.
Fine. Fine, you've been warned. Sarah? Sarah? Sarah?
So you went into the water after her?
Yeah, she couldn't swim the length of herself. A few more steps in and she'd have gone under. I got undressed and dived in.
I'd have let her drown.
Me too. She was at it. She wanted you to save her.
No, I genuinely don't think she did. Look, Sarah doesn't fear anything.
Well, that's what you like to tell yourself.
Like I said, she doesn't fear anything.
Did you find her?
Well, it was dark, hard to see anything at first, but then I eventually saw her struggling. She was going under. Swam as hard as I could towards her. Here I was, hating what this woman had done to me, and yet I was desperate to save her. What's that about, Rowena? What the hell are you playing at?
What the hell are you playing at? I'm perfectly fine. I could stand, look.
Grab my arm.
What are you doing?
Put it around me. Okay, now the other one. Grip tight.
I am.
Slipping. Just grip.
I'm trying to.
You okay?
No, I'm hurting you. Your scars, I'm hurting you.
You're not. Just hang on. Hold tight. Tighter. Okay, we're nearer the island than the shore. I'll take you there. Then we'll rest for a bit and we'll swim back. It took about 5-10 minutes to get to the island. Oh, my skin was hurting from Sarah clinging to me, her hands wrapped around my neck. It was hot, like a sunburn. We didn't speak the whole time. I just focused on the trees ahead, felt her breathing on my neck. It felt like... No, she never learned to swim. I don't know how many times I tried to teach her. She just wouldn't do it. She wasn't interested. I used to get so frustrated. She'd just laugh and say, why do I need to learn? I have you to be my lackey.
And were you?
What?
A lackey.
Well, I took on that role, yeah. With her mum, too.
Did she have a relationship with your family?
No. I told them she was a mate.
Oh, not a girlfriend?
No.
Why not?
They would have slagged me off. Sarah was eccentric, a posho, not the girl next door.
Oh, were you worried what they'd think of you?
Yeah. But I was more worried about what Sarah would think of me if she got to know them. My dad was a spark. We had dinner at 5, bed by 10. Visited my gran every Sunday, fish on a Friday. Sarah had none of that. Sarah had chaos, and back then chaos drew me like a moth to a flame.
Moth to a flame. That's ironic.
And what about now?
No. It doesn't interest me now.
What was it that interested you about Sarah?
I enjoyed what privilege felt like. It felt powerful.
Oh, if it felt that good, then why split up with her when you went to uni?
Mm-hmm. Because it began to irritate me. The chaos. I wanted normality. And look, I'd grown out of it, I suppose. Grown out of her.
What?
Nothing.
You're looking at me.
You're looking at me?
Yeah, well, we're sitting stark naked in the middle of a loch. It's not how I thought the evening was going to pan out.
Yeah, me neither.
I've got skinny.
You haven't.
I forget to eat.
I always had to remind you.
I set an alarm these days. You don't have to hold it in, you know.
What?
Your belly. I can see you holding it in.
I'm not.
I like it.
I'm not holding it in. I'm going back now. It's getting cold.
I feel fine.
I don't.
Do they hurt? The scars?
Can you stop staring?
Can I touch them?
Can you just stop? Please.
I still see you. Who you were. before I did this to you.
Nah. Enough.
I didn't mean that like
This is messed up. You're messed up. We shouldn't be here. We're going now.
I'm sorry.
Now.
You go. I want to stay.
You can't swim.
Just go.
And how will you get back?
I don't know. But I don't want to go. Not yet.
Okay, fine. Stay.
I want to see if it's still there. Is it?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because I've seen it.
Recently?
Yeah.
How recent? A week? A month? A year?
A few weeks ago.
Did you check?
I swim here. When it gets sore.
We were one of the first.
Not anymore. There's about 200 padlocks there now.
200? That's 400 people in love.
I'm going.
Just let me see ours.
No, I'm getting in the water now. You can stay here till someone finds you in the morning. I don't give a shit.
Paul, wait! I'll come.
Okay, you can get on my back properly this time.
There must be an easier way.
Or I can carry you.
Well, then you'll go under.
No, it only goes up to my chin.
Carry me how?
Or in front, like in front.
How?
I don't know how else to say it.
Taking me over the threshold.
Are we doing this or what?
Sorry, inappropriate.
Okay, put your arms around my neck.
Oh, slippy.
Just take my hand. Watch.
I've stubbed my toe.
I told you to watch.
I didn't see it.
Right, now put your arms around my neck.
I don't want to hurt you.
You're not. Okay, put your right leg up. Okay, now your left.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm hurting you. Why have you stopped?
Just give me a minute.
Paul?
I felt her nails making indentations in my back and the water doing what it always did. Soothing me, cleansing me. I was the person I once knew. I must have drifted off after we... like a deep sleep. I don't think I've slept so well since before the fire. I felt at peace with her, just relaxed.
I'm interested that you describe that feeling for someone you've told us you were also fearful of.
Yeah.
What's that about, do you think?
Control.
Control of?
Well, fear was in front of me. I could manage it.
By taking advantage of her.
That's not what happened.
You slept with a vulnerable young woman.
We both wanted it.
Oh, so that makes it all okay.
No, but...
and what about your wife? Did she ever come into your mind when you were with Sarah?
Oh. If you want to know if I feel guilty, then yes. If I hate myself for doing it, then yes. That's why I'm telling you tonight.
To seek absolution?
Is that what we do here? Bring things for absolution?
I want to understand why I did this.
I'd take a bit of absolution.
I wouldn't. It would imply I need forgiveness. I don't need forgiveness from anyone.
Do you think forgiveness and absolution are the same thing?
I think he used his trauma to get what he wanted.
Okay, that's what you think I did.
What do you think, Paul? I'm mindful you've brought this to group for a reason.
That he can't keep it in his pants?
Is it possible that what happened at the lock is related to the fire?
Right, I see. His trauma gives him a free pass to sleep with his ex and get away with it.
We've talked about absolution, forgiveness and excuses. Does any of this help Paul make sense of what happened?
I am not proud of what I did, Rowena. It was messed up, I know it was. But something happened to me when I got close to her, something that I just can't explain.
You got horny and you slept with her. If you need any more explanation, don't be afraid to ask.
My body stopped feeling pain. My life has become so small since the fire, so measured, scared. Feeling her in the water the other night made me remember what I was, that 18-year-old, my potential, and I grabbed it. My intention when she got in my cab was always to take her back to where she was staying, never to do what we did. And I'll never forgive myself for it. Lost a sock.
By the bin.
Where the hell did it get there?
No idea.
I can drop you at the house if you like.
I'm not at the house. I have a room in town. We're allowed guests. Well, we're not, but I can sneak you in.
Oh, look, I need to get back.
Some other time, maybe.
Sarah.
You don't need to say it.
No, this can't happen again.
Forget it. I was chancing my arm.
This was a mistake.
Really?
It was... But it was a mistake.
It was lovely.
No, I shouldn't have come here, and I
You
shouldn't...
don't have to explain.
It's messed up.
I get it.
Sorry.
I get it.
Thanks.
But it felt right, though, didn't it?
What?
It felt natural.
Sarah, no.
It did, though. Admit it. It felt incredible.
Okay, it was none of those things.
Well, you can't tell me how it
You
felt.
need to understand, Sarah. It's none of those things, okay? Not for me.
Don't believe you.
It was spur of the moment.
Let's agree to disagree. Shall I sit in the front or the back?
No! We cannot leave here unless you understand that that was wrong and it can never happen again.
But if I say that, I don't mean it. You're hurting me.
Sarah, please. You have to say those words to me out loud. This can never happen again. Say it. Say it!
So you can go back to your wife and kid guilt-free.
How do you know about her?
It's not hard to find out anything these days.
She can't know about this. Sarah!
What?
She can't know about this, please.
It's okay. My lips are sealed.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
This Thing of Darkness, Part 5 by Anita Vettesse.
In any relationship we have, trust is an essential ingredient. In therapy, it forms the basis of what we call the therapeutic alliance. Combined with active listening on our part, mutual trust creates a safe space for the patient to talk about painful feelings. That's why doctor-patient confidentiality is vital to the work we do. Back in the 1970s, a therapist in California had a patient who talked about his wish to harm a woman who'd rejected him. But people say all kinds of things in therapy that they never act on, and the therapist did nothing about it. Sadly, the patient then went on to kill the young woman, Tatiana Tarasov. Her family sued the therapist, claiming that their daughter had been owed a duty of care which had not been met. To the professional community, this seemed a dangerous precedent. Our duty is to our patients. But the Supreme Court ruled that patient privilege ends when public peril begins. Therapists ever since have taken this principle into consideration as we grapple with one of the most difficult ethical and moral questions that arises in this job. What if the only way to protect someone from harm is to betray another person's trust? In the wake of the revelation about Sarah and Paul's encounter at the lock, I was reminded of something Sarah had said to me back in that first meeting we had before she left prison. I asked her what worried her most about going into the outside world. "I'll miss being protected," she'd said, "from what I've done." I hadn't been sure what to make of that at the time. What if she had meant she needed protection from her obsession with Paul? almost as if it were a kind of third entity, a monstrous being that, once unleashed, might wreak terrible havoc. Would you mind taking a seat, Sarah?
I prefer to stand. Oh, God, what a beautiful sky. I have to be somewhere today. Did I tell you?
Yes, you said.
I'm meeting a friend.
Sorry to land this on you.
It's fine. I just don't want to keep her waiting. She just texted to make sure I'll be there on time.
How have things been, Sarah?
Does this look okay? The jeans and the blouse with the wedges. I've forgotten how to put things together.
You look lovely.
I feel lovely. I feel, I don't know, tingly.
Has something happened to make you feel this way?
You still haven't told me why you wanted to meet.
Has Dawn contacted you?
No. Why?
I've asked her to join us for today's session.
What, here? Today?
Yes, just to discuss some things.
Discuss what?
You've not been answering our calls.
I didn't see you'd called.
My understanding is you have to maintain contact with your probation officer as part of your licence.
Did you leave a message?
I couldn't. It rang out.
I ran out of data, so that's probably why.
Just to clarify, you've been chatting with your friend by text, you said?
What?
The friend you have to meet today.
If Dawn's not here in 10, I'm out of here.
I don't think that's a good idea, Sarah.
You can't just throw this on me.
I understand it's frustrating, but we just have to sit tight and wait for Dawn.
What's that?
What?
On your belt. The red thing. What is it?
Personal alarm.
For what?
We're required to wear them.
I've never seen it before.
Well, usually it's clipped at the back, under my jacket.
Why have you come here today?
Let's wait for Dawn so we can talk about this all together.
I meant what I said. If she's not here soon, I'm going.
She'll be here.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Do not wake your mummy up. She is poopy.
What time's it?
What, 10?
Night or morning?
What morning?
How long have you had him?
Well, since I got in at 6, I found you in the rocking chair comatose and him screaming his wee head off.
He's been up all night. I don't know what's wrong with him.
Look, he's fine now. Look.
You're holding him?
Yeah. Hey, he is a total sumo, you were right. Feels nice. Hey, go back to sleep.
But then you've had no rest.
No, I'm fine. I slept to the rank. It was quiet all night. No. You are going to stay in bed and I'm going to change his quite substantial nappy and then bring you brekkie on a tray.
Don't be daft. I'll change him.
No, I want to do it. Come on. Please.
Okay. Fine.
They're under the cot.
No.
And the cream's in the bag.
Well, I know that too.
And nappy bags.
Stop backseat driving.
So what's for breakfast?
That all depends.
On what?
On, if you let me have the wee man, will you take the whole day off?
Have you taken something?
Come on. You've had a rough night?
Does you having him for the whole day mean taking him to your mum's?
No.
Because I'm not having it. She dresses him up like a weirdo sailor.
No, she doesn't.
Last time you took him to hers, he came out looking like a Victorian Christmas card.
I am not going to my mum's.
Promise me.
Okay, I promise. It'll just be me and him chillaxing in front of daytime TV. No, just let me do this.
Fine. I'm meant to meet Alexandra for coffee, so now I can make it lunch? Dinner?
Hey, don't rip it.
I am going to milk this for everything.
I am so sorry. There was an accident on the motorway.
Right.
Sarah, how you doing? Right, 2 wee seconds to get my breath back and we are good to go. Right. Okay. Have you explained why I'm here?
She said you wanted to talk.
Okay. First things first, Sarah. We've reason to believe you've breached the terms of your licence. And that you've been in contact with Paul.
What? Why would I even do that?
beats me. But if you have, then that is serious. That means you'll be recalled and right back to Cornton Vale.
I haven't seen him.
Sarah, we know you have.
What, you tailing me now?
No, but...
I haven't done anything.
Right, okay, fine. Then why don't you tell me and Alex what you've been doing these past few weeks?
Trick question. No.
It really isn't.
Dole, shops, library, park.
Out with the permitted zones?
I haven't seen him.
Help us understand, Sarah.
Do you know where Paul works?
No.
See, we think you do.
I can't control what you and Dr. Bridges think.
Have you visited his place of work, Sarah? Yes or no?
No. And now I need to meet my friend.
No. No so fast. We've still a few wee questions before you go.
Why won't you believe me? I haven't seen him.
Sarah, you need to meet me half roads here. You're still serving a prison sentence. That is what being on licence means. There's rules you need to follow.
Which I have.
You've not checked in on me this past week. No answered my calls.
How can I if I've no data?
Then phone the free helpline number. That is what it's there for.
So you can stick me in a charity shop and tick a box.
We're trying to help you, Sarah. Get you back into work.
I've told you over and over I want to set up my business, but none of you want to hear it.
I'll gladly hear it if you pick up your phone and call me when you're supposed to.
I've been busy.
With what?
Leafleting.
In unpermitted zones.
Oh, God, you're really not going to let this lie, are you?
I can't help you if you aren't willing to help me.
What do you want?
The truth.
I've told you everything.
Except that you saw Paul Connor. That you got in his cab and you spent the evening with him at a loch. Let's stop with the games now.
I didn't know he'd be driving the cab. I just got in. I swear. I swear.
I remember there was something uncontained about Sarah in the room with Dawn and I that day. Despite her apparent calm, her body was giving her away. She was fiddling with a shoelace, tugging at her clothes, and at one point scratching her scalp so roughly that her short hair stood on end like a rooster's crest. I read all this as manifestations of her anxiety about what we were going to say to her. Later, I would see all this behaviour in another light. She'd lit a fuse, but had no clear sense of how long it was, and she was itching to know when the explosion might come. Poets often use metaphors of fire for feelings of both passion and anger. The common denominator is the potential for loss of control and the destruction that can follow. I recalled how vividly Sarah had described her early attempts at fire setting to me in our first session, and how struck I'd been by the strange beauty of the burning greenhouses on the allotment. As their contents ignited under pressure of the heat, they eventually broke open like overboiled glass eggs. It had been that sharp crack as the heat intensified, she told me, that was so satisfying, that seemed to give her joy and relief. But to anyone else, a passerby perhaps, or the owner of the greenhouse, that image and that sound would be terrifying, as would be the glass fragments flying everywhere and the great whoosh of the fire released from its boundaries starting to spread.
I bought formula the other day. Alexandra says it's the trick to long sleeps, bulks him up. Maybe that was what was wrong with him last night. He was hungry. Here.
What, do I have to make up the bottles?
It's measured out.
What's measured?
The formula.
Oh,
You put one of these little tubs in the bottle, add boiling water, then shake.
Well, how long do I shake it?
Till it's diluted.
And, right, they're all the same thing?
No, one's strawberry, one's banana, and one's chocolate.
Really?
No, he's only 11 weeks, you idiot. It is just formula, and they're all marked. First feed, second feed, and third. And make sure you let it cool down. Just test it on your wrist.
Test what?
The milk. Right. Oh my God. Like this. Little drip here. If it doesn't burn you, it's good to go. Are you sure you can manage?
Well, of course I can. Twice in 1 week, I am starting to get jealous of this Alexandra. If it even is a she and not some hunk from the gym.
Hardly. I wouldn't have the energy for a start. Now it's tea for two and M&S, then quick scoot around the jeggings and food aisle while we talk about the joys of leaking boobs and nappies.
Oh, nice.
Oh, talking of which, I put a new baby grow on because your nappy changing was abysmal.
It wasn't.
It was hanging off his backside.
He likes it loose.
And giraffe and hippo is in his cot. He's preferring giraffe these days. The hippo freaks him out. Oh, and Ed Sheeran's all lined up to go.
Ed Sheeran, really?
When Ed sings, it's like catnip stoned out his box. I swear, it works. Right, I am trying to think if there's anything else.
There isn't.
I feel as though there is.
Go!
If you need help, you can go to your mum's. I'll do Victorian when I get back.
Roz.
All right, I am going.
You look lovely, by the way.
I feel frumpy.
Yeah, well, you don't look it. Oh, wait. It's baby sick.
Where?
On your back.
This is clean on.
Right, there. Gone. You won't notice it.
Just smell, though?
No.
Sniff my back, just in case.
Joe Malone.
What is going on with you today? Toast in bed, compliments, huge snog at the front door.
Nothing. You deserve it.
Phone if it's a disaster. Or maybe don't. I am gagging for a full hot cup of tea and an Empire biscuit.
Go. Right. First things first, mate. No puking, no pooping, and no crying. Oh, and no Ed Sheeran. Agreed?
I was walking back home from the shops and it started lashing down, so I got in a cab. There were 3 or 4 at the rank. He was the first in the queue.
Happened to get in or deliberate?
I'd no idea that's what he did for a living.
Really?
Really? I just got in.
What happened next, Sarah?
Nothing. God, my wrists are itchy. But inside, what is that?
What happened after you got in the taxi?
I was shocked it was him. I didn't recognise him with his face.
Sarah, gonna sit back down for me, darling?
I need to see my friend.
We just need to try and understand what happened if we can.
I need to go.
We just want to help you.
Dawn just threatened to put me back inside.
No. I just want to hear your side of the story.
You're in the taxi and you saw that it was Paul.
I can't go back inside. I can't do it.
Then explain to us what happened in the taxi. Now's your chance.
Sarah, it's okay. This is an opportunity for you to help us understand how things went.
I got in the cab and I gave my address.
And did you know it was Paul right away?
No, I swear. I was too busy looking at my phone, checking my bank balance to see if I had enough for the fare.
Right, fine. Then what happened?
He pulled out of the rank and drove on for a bit. Then after a few minutes, he said my name. That's when I looked up and realised it was him. Then he just drove. Over the motorway and out of town.
To where?
The loch. Lover's Loch.
Yep, right. Then what?
I begged him to let me out, but he just kept driving. And then we got to the car park. He pulled into a space near some trees. He cut the engine, then he stared at me in the rearview mirror for a long time. Then told me to undress. I refused at first. I tried to plead with him, but then he got out of the driver's seat and came into the back of the cab. He locked the door, then told me again to take off my clothes. So I did. I sat there. He sat there. He looked at me, looked at my body. The next thing I knew, he grabbed my hands and put them above my head, strapped them up with a cable tie, then laid me down on the seat and
Then he what?
He began to... I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
Shall we take a break?
Sarah, you want to take 5? Get a wee bit of fresh air?
I was so afraid. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there on the seat. I didn't fight back. I thought if I did, he'd kill me. After what I did to him, he'd kill me, right?
Then what happened?
I don't know. I remember he was hurting me, like really hurting me. I tried to say I was sorry about what I did to him, but he just covered my mouth and kept... I'm sorry, I can't...
Here. Sarah, if this happened...
If? You don't believe me?
We're not saying we don't.
You're
it's
meant
just...
to be on my side.
We are. We're just trying to piece all the stories together.
He assaulted me. And I didn't tell you because I knew you'd believe him and put me back inside.
Okay. It's okay. Sarah, we need to go to the police. Right away. We need to report everything you've just told us.
I don't want to go to the police.
This is a serious thing that's happened to you, Sarah.
Well, they won't believe me.
We'll take you up there ourselves. Be by your side the whole time. Now, I need to warn you that they might want to take you to the hospital immediately. Make sure you're physically okay. But I'll be right beside you. Do you understand?
I'm going to be late for my friend. I've got to meet my friend.
We need to speak to the police first, sweetheart. Then they'll have to speak to Paul. It's important that we do that. I'm going to go downstairs and call them and see if it's okay to bring her in. You okay to hang fire here?
Yeah.
No, don't. No, don't, please. I can't. I can't be late. I can't.
Sarah, just
I can't.
Just calm down.
I can't breathe.
Just calm down. Have it. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. Just try and take a deep. I'd never before been in quite the position that I found myself in with Sarah and Paul. As far as possible, I have to avoid becoming emotionally invested in a patient's version of reality. As I've said before, the suspension of bias is an essential part of my training. I admit sometimes this can be a challenge. A drift into judgment is only human, and total impartiality may be impossible for any of us. But if I'm to succeed in helping people to explore and accept their minds and their life stories, I can't get ahead of them. It's not my job to decide who they really are. In this case, I did consider whether Sarah's story of the rape might be a coping mechanism, something we call a neutralising discourse in forensic work. An offender may cast themselves as a victim to neutralise feelings of shame or anxiety about being a perpetrator. But it was equally possible that Paul's account to the group about them having consensual sex might have been a way of neutralising his capacity for cruelty or revenge, helping him deal with powerful feelings he was finding unmanageable.
Hey, come on. Come on, it's okay.
Hello? Hello, Roz?
Why are you
Roz,
shouting?
what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I've got 8 missed calls. What's happening?
I don't know. It's Noah, right? He's...
What?
No, I made up his bottle of the formula stuff, like you said. He took some, and then 10 minutes in, he screamed his head off. He hasn't stopped.
Did you wind him?
What? Yeah. Then he was sick, and now he feels really hot.
Hot as in burning up?
Yeah, kind of.
You taking his temperature?
Couldn't find the thing.
It's on his bookshelf in the nursery.
No, it's not there.
Go along to the side nearest the window, past the books, it's in a bag. Marked first aid.
Okay, yeah, got it. Okay, how do I take it?
Seriously?
Come on, you're the nurse.
You're his dad.
Just tell me! Look, sorry, right? I'm just worried.
How worried? Paul, how are you?
I don't know. He doesn't look right.
Right, I'm turning the car.
I still feel hot.
You're okay.
Your colour's come back?
Take some slow, deep breaths, Sarah.
I'm sorry.
No need.
Sarah, I'm going to go outside for a wee tick to call the police. Is that okay?
But I haven't done anything.
No, but Paul has, according to what you've just told us.
I was lying.
So, it didn't happen?
Oh, my head's all muddled. It's all shifting and I've not been sleeping and it's so noisy in here and my wrists feel like there's ants crawling inside them.
Sarah, did you meet Paul that night in the cab?
Yes.
Did you have sexual relations?
It was consensual.
You both agreed to it?
Yeah.
So, when you said that he hurt you...
He never hurt me. Ever. The only reason I didn't tell you is because you'd think I was lying. You'd think I instigated it. I didn't. It was him. I swear.
But did you pursue him that evening, Sarah, at the rank? Did you know that's where he worked?
No. It was raining. I got a cab. I had no idea. I knew the right thing was to get out the cab and go, but he was driving to the loch and he wouldn't stop. That's what happened. Ask him. You can take me to the police, but you have to take Paul too. He'll agree with me. What happens now?
I'm going to go to the team and discuss things with them.
Why?
Regardless if this was consensual or not, Sarah, this is very serious.
You're going to send me back to prison?
That is what we need to discuss.
I won't see him again.
Can you see how we might not be sure about that?
He has a baby, a wife. I don't want to get in the way of that.
How do you know about them?
I needed to set up a profile for work. I came across her on Instagram. It was only for a few minutes, I swear.
I'm concerned, Sarah. Not going to lie.
I know how it looks.
I'm concerned that you might try and see Paul again. That can't happen.
I don't want it to happen. I'm not going to risk going back inside for him. No man is worth that. Please.
We're going to go now and meet the team, Sarah. But I need you to hang fire here and no leave the hostel till I call you. Understood?
Yeah, of course.
And make sure your phone's charged and you answer it when I call you.
Dr. Bridges?
Yes?
It's good. It's all out in the open now. I hated lying to you.
Take care, Sarah.
I'm going to refer this up.
Of course.
I'll let them know in here too. Keep an eye on her.
Shouldn't we inform Paul?
His VLO's on annual leave.
I'll see him tonight in group. I could arrange to talk to him.
It would help enormously. I'll give you a call in the morning. Keep you updated.
I couldn't see how Sarah and I could continue working together. That wasn't really my choice, but an inevitable consequence of Sarah's actions. If you lie to your therapist, you fatally undermined the process, because then there's no reality in the room. I marvelled at the different kinds of lies she had told. Not only had she lied about breaking the rules and omitted to disclose things she knew she had to share, she had also given dramatically different accounts of the same event in the space of a few minutes. Such rapid oscillation made me wary and worried, for her and for Paul. Her behaviour was a massive piece of self-sabotage. No one who wanted to stay out of prison would have acted this way. There was something reckless and manic about her storytelling too, a kind of heedless dancing on the wire. In the past, Sarah's self-harming behaviour had escalated to setting fires, creating a serious danger to the public. Maybe swifter action on our part would have averted tragedy, but nothing is as clear as it appears in hindsight.
Of course, I'm worried.
I mean, from like a medical point of view.
I'm his mother, I'm worried. It could be gastroenteritis or viral, I don't know.
I mean, I did everything you said.
It happened.
It just got hot really quickly.
It's in the best place. It's going to be okay. We can stay the night with him, they said.
Oh, good.
Just one of us.
Yeah, but...
I'll need an overnight bag, some baby grows, his giraffe, nappies.
Well, why don't I stay? You go home and get some rest.
No, he needs his mum.
Are you blaming me?
You didn't even know where the first aid bag was.
I love it when they show the before and after bit at the end and all the rubbish is cleared out.
Ah, but still clatty though.
Yeah, but it's better than it was.
Oh, I've never seen it.
Sorry, everyone, held up.
Oh, hi,
Have you seen it, Alex?
What's that?
Hoarders. So cleaners go in and blast a hoarder's house and make it all sparkly and shiny.
Don't believe I have, but it sounds interesting. Changing interiors, what we hold on to and what we can let go.
Oh, that is such a you response, Alex.
Oh, it's gross. Last week a woman had dog crap behind her sofa and she just sat there. How can you know a thing like that's behind your couch?
Oh, it is minging, but it's great. Like getting in about folks' rubbish and, giving it a right good clear out. Oh, I love that.
If only I'd known, Kelly, I'd have called you. It's what I did this week.
I'm your woman.
What did you throw out, Rowena?
Oh, decanted my wardrobe and gave away all my above-the-knee summer dresses. I took a flaky, as my eldest likes to call it. I ended up regretting it the next day, but I couldn't very well ask the girl at the charity shop for them all back.
So you wanted to keep the dresses?
Yes. No. I suppose. Though they were bloody good dresses. Jules, Bowden, Monsoon. Deep down, I suppose I wanted a cleansing.
A right good clear out.
Yes. A right good clear out.
But did it help?
Oh, at first it did. But then I quickly realised throwing out clothes from my old life didn't necessarily get rid of the crap.
Can you say a bit more about that?
I shouldn't have said anything. It was just that Kelly's programme reminded me.
Kelly's programme is about letting go of stuff from the past. Is that what you were trying to do? With your old life, perhaps?
Look, I really didn't intend to talk about this tonight.
What did you intend to talk about?
Nothing, actually. I wasn't going to come.
Well, why not?
I don't know, really. Guilt, I suppose.
Guilt?
I don't want to sit in my pain anymore.
The pain from your injuries?
Everything. I'm stuck in my old body and memories, and I have no idea how to move forwards.
What's stopping you?
I don't know. I had a good life, or so I thought. Sometimes it was boring and repetitive, especially when the boys left home, but it was, on the whole, a good life.
And when did it stop being good, do you think?
Oh, after the accident. No, actually, that's a lie. It was before that, but, oh, God, this is all so self-indulgent. Can you move on to someone else, please?
Oh, it's fine, Rowena. Come on, chat away.
Yeah, it's better out than in.
I was picking our eldest up from the airport. We were picking up our eldest, my husband and I. My son had been travelling around Europe on his gap year, and a woman got off the same flight and ran up to my husband, threw her arms around him and kissed him. I'd never seen her before. She unclenched from my husband and asked him to be introduced to me. And that's when I discovered they were together.
Oh, my God, that's terrible.
Yes, Kelly. It was. For her and for me. She'd no idea I existed either.
What did you do?
Well, that evening, instead of having the roast chicken dinner I'd spent the entire day preparing to celebrate my boy's return, I threw it at my husband's head. There had been several women, apparently, and I had no idea about any of them. I told him to pack his bags and get the hell away from me. He did. A bit too eagerly for my liking. I spent the entire night cleaning gravy and congealed chicken fat off the wall. I knew that when I woke up in the morning everything would change. Hugely change. And I was terrified. For years I had this comfortable life. I mean, I knew my role. I knew what most days would entail, and now I was free falling into the unknown. We sold the family home, and I moved to a rented cottage near my sister down the coast, and I attempted rather badly to begin my life all over again.
What was that like?
Stark. I'd filled a 5-bedroom house with stuff for over 30 years. Suddenly I had a suitcase and 3 bin bags. At first the newness of it kept me busy, but then the painful bit started to wheedle its way in. The eating for one, the smells that catch you off guard, the social media pictures of happiness, the sister obliged to invite you for coffee when really she couldn't be bothered to go over the whole thing with me again. I mean, people love the drama at first, but then they quickly tire of it, scared they'll catch your failure, knock their life off balance. So, after a few months, I started looking elsewhere for pain relief. Drink, pills, Tinder. Oh, Jesus. I'm 60 and swiping right. It was horrific and cheap and made me feel monstrous. I wasn't ready to meet anyone. I knew I had to bite the bullet, sit in the pain.
And what happened then?
I went to the cliffs near my sister's house and threw myself off the biggest one. Tumbled all the way down to the sea. After a moment, I felt sand in my ear hole and I thought, bugger, I'm still here.
Hey, how's it going?
What are you doing here?
Is Noah okay?
How'd you know about him?
Is he all right? I asked the nurse at reception to tell me what ward he was in, but she wouldn't tell me because I wasn't family. But I am family, to you at least.
Can you stay the hell away from us?
I know what you're like.
Stay away.
Under stress, you're not good. I can be here. I could wait in the canteen.
Okay, you have to leave now.
I'm not going to say anything to Ross.
You know her name?
Yeah, I know everything.
I am calling the police.
I wouldn't if I was you. They know we had sex.
What?
They were going to send me back. So I had to tell them everything. It took a lot to convince them, but eventually they understood. We both consented.
I want you out of my life for good. Get that into your thick skull. I want you gone. You understand that?
You better get back to Ross. She'll be wondering where you are.
I woke up in A&E with my sons at the edge of my bed. I was in agony, my back especially. My eldest, Georgie, told me how lucky I was. It was then I caught a glimpse of my husband in the corner, not saying very much, and I suddenly remembered. The woman at the airport. And I thought, he's the lucky one. Anyway, it took weeks for me to recover enough to be let out of hospital. My lower spine had been damaged and they had to operate twice. After about 3 months, I went back to my rented house, and to my surprise, my boys and my husband took it in turns to look after me.
What was that like?
Oh, at first it was just practical. I couldn't wash or cook or do anything without someone beside me, and I hated the idea of strangers coming into my home. It worked. Gradually, I got better. My body was healing, and I felt stronger too. Then it came to my 3-month appointment with the consultant. He was positive and encouraged me to try and get up each day to walk. He was certain that I'd be up and about within the month. Great news, he kept saying over and over. My eldest was waiting in the hospital car park to pick me up, and when I saw him, my first thought wasn't to tell him the good news. My first thought was, how can I keep this going? The care, love.
The family?
Yes. This fake narrative that I'd convinced myself was real. That the family was back together again and we were solid.
So, what did you do?
I let him help me get in the car. Put my chair in the boot. He told me his father had prepared salmon for lunch and even had some fizz on the go. He was smiling. It was in that moment I decided to lie.
About what?
My recovery.
Seriously?
I told them over dinner that my spinal injury hadn't healed as I'd expected it would, and that it was actually getting worse. That I'd be in a chair indefinitely and that I'd need constant care. I knew what I was doing was wrong. But the trauma of losing my family all over again was too much.
Jesus. And you gave Paul pelters?
And your family still don't know?
No.
Are they still living with you at the house?
No. They had a family meeting that night and decided to get in carers.
Not exactly what you'd planned.
It's karma or punishment, Malcolm. You decide. No one's more shocked at my behaviour than me.
No, I kind of get it.
Away to hell.
Look, her family all around her, and that was about to go.
We're pretending you can't walk. That's for the loony bin.
I understand how it might look.
There's no might about it. It's nuts. You have to tell them.
What stops you from telling them, Rowena?
My ego. Right now, I'm poor little Rowena, struggling on, never complaining. And I've been enjoying the guilt too much on my husband's face every time he drops off the Sunday Times. If I got up and walked, he'd feel validated. Tell everyone I was crazy, no wonder he left. There'd be no accountability, no remorse at breaking up the family I've worked my whole life at making.
But you're telling us now.
I had no intention of telling anyone.
But do you not feel better, getting it off your chest?
Not particularly.
Look, it's not my place, Rowena, but maybe the boys should know.
But how do I do that?
Just tell them. Deal with the fallout.
Oh, easier said than done, Malcolm.
Well, the other option is wasting away in that chair for the rest of your life. Knowing you're lying.
I'm with Malcolm, Rowena. I think they all need to know. Yes, they'll get mad for a bit, but they'll come round.
I'm not sure they will.
How is he?
They've diagnosed hypernatremia.
What's that?
Too much sodium in the blood. They're doing a brain scan. They've not ruled out salt poisoning.
But how?
What the hell did you feed him?
What you left me.
Nothing else?
Ros, I swear, I gave him what you said.
Where's his giraffe?
Huh?
Oh, it's not here, his giraffe's not here.
I was just grabbing.
It's his favourite.
Yeah, he won't know.
Unbelievable. You meant to say you'll go back and get it?
Well, yeah, I want to see him.
Fine, I'll go. Give me the keys.
But no.
What?
You can't.
Paul, I am going. Get away from the door, what you're doing.
You can't go.
Yes, I bloody can.
She might be there.
What?
She'll be there.
Who? Paul?
She's not going to stop.
What the hell are you talking about?
She got in my cab and she got in my cab and...
What?
We got together.
Got together?
Sarah.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Will she hurt us?
I don't know. Maybe. Yes.
I need you to go home and get his giraffe.
Ros.
I don't have the energy or the strength to deal with what you've just said right now, so you can go and get his bloody giraffe and bring it back here.
I've been waiting in the canteen for ages. Got you a latte.
Okay. This is how this is going to go. This coffee goes in here. And then we are getting in my cab and I'm going to drive you to whatever hellhole you live in. You're going to pack your things and then you're going to get as far away from me and my family as humanly possible.
Via Lover's Loch?
Because if you don't, I will kill you, Sarah.
You don't have it in you.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
This Thing of Darkness, Part 6 by Lucia Haynes with Anita Vettesse.
Hey, any news?
It's half an hour to our house and back.
So?
Where the hell have you been?
I got delayed.
Doing what?
I drove around. I needed to think.
Calling her? Keeping her up to date?
I brought his toy.
What's in the bag?
Clothes. They were on the chair. I thought you might needed them.
They're too small for the attic.
Okay, how was I meant to know?
You could have looked.
Fine. I'll take them back. Have you spoken to anyone?
Yeah.
Okay, and?
Not dehydration.
So what is it?
They're thinking salt.
The poisoning thing?
Yeah. Excess salt in the blood.
Are you sure?
They've run all the tests. LFTs, UNEs, serum sodium's over 160.
Okay, what does that even mean?
It means he's very ill, Paul. He'll be in intensive care for a long time.
But they can treat him, right? He's going to be okay.
I don't know. They don't say much. This is just all me picking up bits and pieces, joining the dots.
But did they say what caused it?
No. But, well, from what I can remember, it can't just appear in the body. It comes from food, it comes from liquids. And I mean, to show up like this, there must have been quite a lot ingested.
But how?
It's me. I've been sitting here thinking, going over and over what I've given him the past few weeks, and there's nothing I can think of. Nothing. And you said you gave him the formula, just the formula.
I did what you told me.
What about your mum? Or your dad? I won't go mad if they have. I just need... They might have given him solids totally innocent, thinking it was okay.
You haven't seen him without either of us being there. They wouldn't do that.
Why has this happened?
Hey.
You asked if they can treat him. It depends.
On what?
If it's affected his brain, he is so tiny.
What? Ros, what?
He could have long-term brain damage. He might not even make it.
He will. He's going to get through this, Ros. Okay, I promise.
After what you did, you can't promise me anything. I need some air.
We medical professionals are meant to be capable and strong for others, unflappable in every crisis. In our training, we learn to detach in order to manage emergencies, but sometimes that's not possible. I remind myself often of those lines in Anne Sexton's poem, Doctors. They are not gods, though they would like to be. They are only a human trying to fix up a human. This vulnerability is never more acute than when a healer, so accustomed to being able to fix things up, is a parent faced with their own sick child. I knew Paul's wife, Ros, was a nurse. From what I'd heard, she'd borne the caring role both in her work and her family for years, but those were conscious choices on her part. Now she had been dealt a double blow. Her child's life was hanging in the balance, and she'd just learned of her husband's infidelity with the stalker who had blighted his life with arson and haunted their marriage. After years of feeling in control, she was suddenly teetering on the edge of an abyss. In Hamlet, Gertrude describes Ophelia as incapable of her own distress. I wondered if Ros felt the same way.
I wanted to be alone.
And I wanted to make sure you were all right, and you didn't jump.
I'd be tempted.
It's not even funny.
I wasn't trying to be.
We're even allowed to be up here?
I am. You're not. It's the nurse's hideout after a bad day.
You're smoking?
Yup.
You don't smoke?
I used to. You said you hated it, so I gave it up. And tonight I'm starting again. Work it out. You can't help yourself, they're communal. We keep them in a bucket by the door. If you take one, you just need to put money in the jar.
No, you're all right.
I keep wondering if I was the nurse on duty right now, what I would be thinking. I'd probably be very concerned, but I'd know I'd have to paint on a smile for the parents and say things like, he's a fighter, he'll pull through. But then I'd go to the staff base and tell the nurses what's really in my head.
Which is?
That this level of hypernatremia is incredibly dangerous for babies, and that the next 48 hours of treatment is critical. I'll probably call the chaplain, see if he's around, ask him to swing by accidentally and ask the parents if they want to talk. Then I'd probably come up here, have a cigarette, try and piece it all together, begin the detective work.
What do you mean, detective work?
There's always a story behind the story. Part of my job is to try and work out what that story is.
But there isn't one. We've done everything by the book.
Then why are they drip-feeding us information?
They don't want to stress you.
No. They're working out the story behind the story.
Okay, what are you getting at?
Maybe they think it's us that did it to him?
No.
Then why has this happened? You still can't answer that.
I've done nothing wrong. You have done nothing wrong. Fact. Now, you can stand up here and speculate and roll out what you would do as a nurse in this situation, but right now you are not a nurse. You're a mother who needs to stay positive and strong and get Noah through this. We both do.
I can't lose him. I can't lose him, Paul.
Hey, come here. Come here. Shh. Hey.
Oh, I don't have a tissue.
Well, neither do I. Here, use this.
It's your hoodie.
So?
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
In the grand scheme of things.
Thanks.
What?
Nothing, just Noah.
What?
He loves Whitney Houston. I forgot to tell you.
What are you on about?
When you were on night shift a few weeks ago, I'd had her on Spotify. I'm mopping the kitchen floor and singing along to it. Noah's in his bouncy chair. I turned round and he was laughing. Like I mean, barely laughing. So I stood with the mop in front of him and used it as a microphone, pretended I was Whitney. Whenever I stopped, he pulled a face like I'd ruined his little Whitney world. I had to keep doing it. He was laughing so hard. I should have told you, I don't know why I didn't.
What was the song?
I want to dance with somebody.
Maybe the boy has taste after all.
He looked so like you when he was laughing, spitting image.
Yeah, God help us.
I never seen it before. You and him. I always thought he looked like my dad. Felt like he'd become a little person in that moment. No, not a baby anymore, but a human. I got excited. It was this new face.
Hang on to that.
I'm trying to.
I bought him his first football strip last week.
Really?
Yeah. Full works. Top, shorts, socks shaped like football boots, gold like Ronaldo's.
No!
Yes.
He's not wearing gold socks.
Once you see it on, you'll melt. You will, I swear.
Why won't they let us see him?
I don't know.
There's something they're not telling us.
We don't know
No,
that.
I know that you feel it too. You're just not...
We need to just try and be patient. Where are you going?
To find out what it is.
Rose.
I am his mum. I can't just do nothing.
Okay, well, let me come with you.
No. I'll come find you when I'm done.
We're never so vulnerable as when we trust another person and that trust is broken. In that moment when trust shatters, a whole range of responses may erupt. The person who feels betrayed may express shock, outrage, grief, sorrow, or all of these at once. But there are those who just have to keep moving, as if activity itself will keep the pain they feel at bay. The problem is they are naked to the elements without the protection that trust provides. So as they whirl around in distress, every obstacle or other aggravating factor in their path will wound them. A sideways glance, an ill-chosen phrase may be magnified tenfold. In psychological terms, this is an unsustainable state. Eventually, they'll have to find respite, a way back to some kind of emotional security. If they can't, the risk is that they will lash out, possibly even hurt someone else as a way of displacing their own pain.
What's happened?
Nothing.
What, you found out anything?
I've known some of these folks for years. One of them I went to college with. All of them are refusing to talk.
They must have said something.
Well, only that they had an emergency and didn't have time to talk to me.
Well, maybe that's the truth.
Nah, bullshit. So I went right upstairs.
To where?
The consultant's office. Asked her what the hell's going on. And all she said was everything was under control and that we had to go home and get some rest.
Well, then that's what we do.
1 minute they're saying we can stay and the next they're sending us home. Why?
Because, like she said, everything's under control and she probably thinks we'd be more comfortable at home.
Or is it to get us out of the picture?
You're reading too much into this.
No, because they're doing an IRD.
Can you stop speaking like a bloody nurse?
Interagency referral discussion. It means they've contacted social services.
Why?
When you suspect a child's in danger, the hospital contacts social services to conduct an investigation.
But he's not in danger.
They're in charge of child protection. They think we've done this to Noah.
What?
Deliberately.
No, look, hold on a minute. How do you know they've done this?
There's a board in the staff base, keeps us up to date with patients, their conditions, meds, fluids. If anything changes, we amend the board. When I came down from the consultant's office, I noticed the base was empty, so went inside and had a look at it. And under Noah's name were the letters IRD.
Then we go upstairs and we tell the consultant to withdraw it.
The process has begun. Are you going to answer that?
Where's their office?
You can't stop this.
Yeah, just watch me.
Once they've issued this, social services will have to follow up. There's no going back.
Yeah, but we haven't done anything.
And until they have proof we haven't, they need to do this. All we can do is go home, wait.
I'm not moving.
Then you look uncooperative. Can you just bloody answer that? Give it here. Dr. Bridges wants to meet you after her session tonight.
I'll call her later.
She says it's urgent.
I will call her later.
And you might want to ask her if she has a spare room.
What?
If we have to wait in the house, I don't want you there.
Oh,
Go to your mum and dad's for a few days, stay in a B&B.
I'll sleep on the couch.
I want you out.
Who are you calling?
My dad. Pick me up.
Come on, I can drop you at the house.
I'd prefer if it was my dad.
It takes him 2 hours to get here. I'll drop you. Don't you think we should keep this to ourselves for a bit? It's kind of private.
You lost your right to privacy when you shagged Sarah, so... No answer.
Look, I'll drop you home, then I'll go, I swear.
Fine.
There's never been anyone else. The whole time we've been together, not once.
I'm not doing this right now.
Okay, it was that one time with Sarah, and I need you to know that.
Can you turn the heater off?
It had nothing to do with you and me. It was therapy. Everything was all messed up. My head wasn't right. It meant nothing. Okay, she means nothing. I love you, Roz.
Stop the cab.
But I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose
the
us,
cab.
please. Look, this is what I was trying to avoid. Her destroying
Our whole time
all the
together has been about
things
her. It's like trying to compete with a dead girlfriend. They get to be forever perfect, smiling.
Perfect. She set fire to me, for Christ's sake. I am not giving up on us, Roz. So whatever you want me to do, other than leaving, I'll do it.
Fine. Tell me everything.
About what?
That night, with her. No lies, no sugarcoating, and then I'll decide if I stay in this marriage.
What do you want to know?
Let's start with where it happened. Where was it?
Ross.
Was it here, in the cab? Where I'm sitting now?
This isn't going to help anything.
Oh, you wanted to save the marriage. Now's your chance.
Yeah, but... Come on, all that... It's not important.
To you, maybe, but to me, it's everything. Where did you go? And we wouldn't have shelled out for a room. Where was it? Her place?
No.
Our place? No way. Our place? In our bed?
What? No.
Living room, kitchen, stairs?
It didn't happen in the house.
Then where? You either tell me now or you can stop the cab and know this marriage is over.
The loch.
The loch. At night?
Yeah.
Your safe space?
Yeah.
Wow. Can you stop the cab?
We need to talk about it.
I'm not going to run away, I'm going to be sit.
You okay?
Get your hands off me.
Take some water.
I said get your filthy hands off me. You had sex out in the open?
What? No. Yeah. No, I mean... Yeah, sort of.
Outside or inside, Paul, it's not difficult.
Outside. There's a small island. We used to go there when we were teenagers. We'd put a padlock on a gate. She wanted to see if it was still there.
A padlock? Jesus. So you swam there to this island?
I swam. She held on.
Held on to what?
Me. My back. She doesn't swim.
So, you drove to the place you used to hang out when you were love's young dream. A place you told me was your safe space. A place to heal. A place I was never allowed to go.
I know, it's messed up.
Were you naked? Yes. So, you're both naked. You carry her across the water on your back. You're clearly in love with her.
That's what it might look like, but...
But what?
Therapy turns things up. I'm not blaming it, but I think that was part of it, part of why it happened.
Are you actually telling me you had sex with Sarah because of therapy?
PTS. Look, it does something to the brain. There's triggers. They can make you do things, react to things in a way that isn't normal, isn't
Oh,
right.
come on, Paul. I'm no psychiatrist, but getting your rocks off is not a sign of post-traumatic stress.
Yeah, but seeing Sarah again was. She was just there. She appeared out of nowhere, and my whole body went into this weird, frozen, messed up place. Look, I'm not denying I slept with her.
Good.
But when I was with her, something happened in here, in my brain. She took me back to who I was before. Like before the fire. And being with her, pain had stopped.
Wow, it gets even worse.
I'm trying to be honest.
No. You are excusing yourself for sleeping with your ex, who I now discover takes away your pain. Oh, she's one special lady.
I meant the pain of what I'd lost. I didn't mean anything to do with you.
You
and me.
know what, Paul? This marriage is done.
Look, I am not proud of it, but I can see why it happened.
And what about me? Did I even enter your head for a second? No. Exactly. Take me home.
No.
Take me home.
No.
Then I'll walk.
You wanted me to go to therapy.
Oh, I was wondering when you'd blame everything on me.
I wanted nothing to do with it. No, but as usual, you bring you in, you dictate how my life should go. What you think will make me feel better.
Bullshit!
What, I can't even go to Costa without you giving the barista chapter and verse about my allergies. What
I am your wife. It's what I am supposed to do.
Well, then act like it.
You what?
I am not your bloody patient anymore.
No, I am out of here.
And there she goes. Saint Rose. No one's allowed to say a bad word about her because she's done so much for the poor burnt boy. I'm sorry I hurt you, Rose. Sorry I forgot to be grateful. Did I not bow and scrape enough?
You want to know what I've done for that poor burnt boy? For years, I've negotiated your moods. Your atmosphere and your sulking. I've made excuse after excuse for you being a no-show to basically every social event we've ever been invited to. I never get the good side of Paul. I never get the lover's lock version, the romantic, pain-free hero. I get the sleepless nights, the sweats, the itchiness, the cries of pain. I'm 29 years of age. I feel like I'm 70, living with a pensioner who needs round-the-clock mental and physical care. I want someone to take my pain away.
Then maybe you're right. This marriage is over.
2 minutes ago, you loved the bones of me. Now it's over. Honesty hurts, Paul, doesn't it?
I'll drop you at the house and then go back to the hospital, check in on my boy.
Oh, now you want to claim him?
Despite your best efforts.
You haven't wanted near him in months.
What, because I couldn't get a look in with you standing guard all the time?
Here we go.
Was it because I hadn't read the 10 billion books on childbirth, raising babies, raising boys, interracial families? It's like I had to have a PhD to get near him.
I begged you for weeks to hold him, but every time you came up with excuse after excuse.
Yeah, you didn't make it easy.
Now, I'm not being blamed for you not holding your son.
What, the christening?
Oh, now you want to talk about why you bottled it at your own son's christening. I am all ears, fire away.
What, you booked a hotel with a fire pit?
That is not why you bottled it. You just couldn't stand being around your own kid. You were scared people would notice that Paul Connor doesn't love his black baby.
Are you calling me a racist?
I'm telling you what it looks like. It doesn't matter what the truth is.
What? No, the truth. The truth is that you never trusted me. I saw it in your eyes the day he was born, the fear.
And what you saw was exhaustion after 29 hours of labour.
Or was it panic? Did you think I was going to drop him? Or that my burns would scare him?
That's wicked.
Yeah, not as wicked as calling your husband a racist. That whole time, after he was born, you put this human shield around him so I wouldn't get near him.
My family came to
It was basically jeeved. Fetching teas and coffees. You'd never let me feed him, change him, go to him if he cried.
You wanted to feed him. You should have said. All you had to do was get your tits out at 3 a.m, job done.
Oh, you could have expressed. And put him on formula earlier. I could have fed him at the end of my shift, but no. You kept him all to yourself.
You blame me? First time I leave you to feed him, he ends up in intensive care.
I told you I gave him what you left me.
Are you jealous of Noah? Is that why you ran to Sarah? Is that why you poisoned him?
Yeah, I'm taking you home.
Oh. Was this something that you planned together? Get Noah out the picture, divorce me, life's sweet.
Or maybe it was you that did it. Why not? Yeah? Was it your craving to save people, play the hero? Did you make him a little bit ill, but it went too far?
You bastard.
You know, what do they call it? Munchausen's. That sounds right up your street. I'm going to see Dr. Bridges. I'm done here.
Yeah, tell her what an evil wife you've got. Well, maybe you might want to fill her in and sleep in with your stalker while you're at it.
She already knows.
What?
Yeah.
And the group? You trusted a bunch of strangers and you couldn't trust me? Oh.
To the hospital. Where did you get this?
What?
This drawing.
Alexandra.
This is Sarah's.
What are you talking about?
She drew it.
Alexandra gave it to me.
I know her work. That is definitely her drawing.
I watched her do it.
And she signed it with that butterfly.
Yes.
That's how Sarah always signed her work. I swear to you, Ross. She designed it at school. It's Sarah. She even got a tattoo of it on her wrist. It's her.
It can't be. I've met her kid.
Okay, what does she look like? Like, petite?
Short hair. Yes, she does have a tattoo on her wrist.
Roz, how many times did you leave her alone with Noah?
When I work with stalkers, I'm always scanning the horizon for risk, staying open-minded and alert to signs of old behaviour. As one of my colleagues likes to say, it's not old behaviour if you're still doing it. But sometimes a stalker, much like someone with a chronic drug habit, manages to convince people around them that they've seen the error of their ways, that they've turned over a new leaf. Then as soon as they are at liberty to act, they return to their obsession. Repercussions have no meaning. Memory of past punishment or fallout is blocked. Such is the power of addiction. By going to the lock and having sex with Paul, Sarah had taken both of them back to a time before her offence, effectively erasing its existence and its terrible consequences. In the parallel reality of her obsession, she and Paul were together again, as they had been in her teens. But that kind of intense positivity can quickly turn to negativity and hostility, especially if it is followed by rejection. I'd seen this pattern before with some stalkers, an alchemical change from love to hate and from hate to vengeance and destruction. Hate is love unachieved, as the saying goes. Her initial target might have been Roz herself, to hurt her, but on learning about Noah, perhaps she changed tack, decided that to go after Paul's son was even crueler. Even after I learned about the encounter at the lock, I don't believe I'd taken on board the potential for collateral damage. We were also focused on the two of them, on finding Sarah and keeping Paul safe. Yet when she set fire to his dormitory a decade earlier, 2 other students also suffered severe injury, and many others were endangered. The wheel was turning again. The past was about to repeat itself.
I'll check round the house. Just make sure it's okay.
That's fine. I'll scream to the neighbours if there's anything.
She must have been watching us. Watching you. Getting to know your routine.
She had a toddler.
Sarah's been in jail for 10 years.
You sure we shouldn't call the police?
No. It's not yet. Okay, we're in the frame for Noah. This will look like we're trying to save our own skins. We need evidence.
We still have a tub of formula. It could be prints.
Yeah, as well as yours and mine. Just call the hospital. Tell them it's the formula. I'll go and see Dr. Bridges. I'll meet you back here when I'm done.
Alexandra, it's me. I need to see you. Can I come pick you up? It'll be about 20 minutes. Yes, usual place. Thank you.
Paediatrics, please. Hi, this is Rose Connor. I wonder if you can put me through to the duty consultant, please.
I wanted to see you because something's come up that I need to discuss with you.
You said it was urgent.
I can't remember if I told you that as well as working at the trauma centre, I work as a forensic psychiatrist.
No, you didn't.
I treat offenders that have mental health problems, including people on probation. Recently, I've been advising the probation service, supervising high-risk female offenders.
Female offenders?
Yes.
This is about Sarah, isn't it?
Sarah Sharp, yes. I'm involved in her supervision.
You know her?
Yes. After you shared your story of seeing Sarah with the group, I realised that I had to take action. It's unusual to have this kind of overlap, although it can happen.
Sarah's been out for weeks. When did you find out we were connected?
I've been aware of it from the beginning, but felt that I could keep the two things separate.
Well, that's not happened, though, has it?
I understand your anger.
Do you have any idea what she's doing right now?
Well, that's why I needed to speak with you.
We think she has put salt in my son's formula. He's in hospital.
Sarah?
Yeah. But the doctors think it was us.
Paul, it's important that you tell me everything, from the beginning if you can.
What Sarah... She found Roz and Noah and...
Go on.
OK, she found Roz somehow, then made friends with her. They'd meet up, go to the park, go for coffee, lunch. She had a kid.
Sarah had a child with her?
Yeah, a toddler. She said she was married too, pretended she had this life. She groomed Roz to get to me. And she calls herself Alexandra, apparently. It's not a coincidence, is it?
No, I don't think it is. I need to get in touch with Dawn.
Dawn?
Sarah's probation officer. She needs to know all this. Would you mind speaking to her?
Sure.
It's an established fact that the people most likely to harm infants are their own parents, as the hospital's response to Noah's illness had shown. Nobody who worked with Sarah, including me, had ever thought Sarah might target Paul's child. Putting salt into the baby bottle was an awful and clever move. Not only could it seriously injure the child or even kill him, but it would land Paul and Roz in a world of trouble. Sarah must have read somewhere about parents who poison their children, or perhaps met someone while in prison who'd actually done something like this. They are often women who have unresolved emotional distress from their own early lives. Sarah had taken her chance to put Roz in the frame as a disturbed mother, with Paul as an accomplice. I couldn't deny that she had the intelligence to devise a plan like this, and if Paul and Roz went to prison for child cruelty, only she would know the truth. In Sarah's reality, Paul would finally know what it was like to lose someone they loved and be punished for it, just as she felt she had been when she set fire to his dormitory. She might get satisfaction, even a kind of excitement, from that kind of mirroring. This turn of events was a rare risk which nobody could possibly have anticipated. It raised the question in my mind whether Sarah might fit into a very small subset of females who could be called psychopathic. Psychopathy is not common in the general population, and particularly not in women, because to get this label you have to be consistently antisocial and criminally versatile, and this didn't describe Sarah. Her behaviour in prison, and even in the few weeks she'd been outside, suggested someone who was thoughtful and capable of empathy. But maybe she was one of those rare examples of a person whose psychopathic mindset allowed them to use empathy for malignant purpose. I now questioned whether anything she'd said to me in our sessions, or to any professional on her path to release, had been truthful.
Hey! Sorry! Get in, you're soaked.
I couldn't find an umbrella.
Get your jacket off, fling it in the back. I'll crank the heater up. Sorry, I did take a wrong turn. Went up a one-way street. Heads all over the place.
No wonder.
Thanks for coming. Dragging you out in the rain.
It's fine. Glad to get out of the house. Gary was doing my head in.
What did you tell him?
You had a family emergency. How is he? What are they saying?
He's in intensive care. Not telling us much.
It's that bad?
Yeah, it's that bad.
I'm so sorry. You said something about assault when I texted.
Yeah.
Do they know how it happened?
No. But I have my suspicions. Sarah.
The woman who stalked Paul?
Yeah, the very same.
You think she did this to Noah?
Yeah.
But why?
To wound me, get Paul, simple.
Jesus, that's messed up.
Certainly is.
What's Paul saying?
He's just agreeing with me and everything out of guilt. He slept with Sarah. Yeah. My face did that too.
But, like, slept with her?
Says it only happened once and meant nothing, but I don't believe him.
He'll do it again.
You seem certain.
Well, they always do. It happened to me years ago. Love of my life. Ran away. Met someone else. Forgot all about me. It was like I didn't exist.
But now you do exist.
What do you mean?
With Gary. You've rebuilt your life. Had a beautiful little girl. It's all worked out.
Well, yeah. I suppose it has.
I need to hang on to that.
You do. There are good guys out there. Mind if I turn this down? I'm sweating.
Sure. I don't have long.
For what?
Getting all my stuff out of there.
The house?
Yeah, that's why I called you. Paul's at the hospital, but he'll be home in a bit. I need to get everything packed up and gone before he comes back.
And go where?
Was hoping yours.
Mine?
Yes, if that's okay.
It's just, it's Gary.
Sorry, yes. No, I shouldn't have asked.
No, you should have. It's just, he's weird about things like this, getting involved.
It's cool. I'll go to my mum and dad's.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be. It's fine, really. I shouldn't have put it on at you. Just, you feel like the only friend I have right now.
No, and I'm going to help you, all right?
Thinking about this time last week. Everything was normal, solid. Now look at it. I'm so scared, Alexandra.
Oh, it's no wonder.
Scared about Noah. Being alone. Of what I'm thinking. I think Paul might have done this.
You mean to Noah?
Yeah.
No.
Maybe they both planned it. It's kind of messed up thing she would do.
Well, he wouldn't do that.
He slept with his stalker. He's capable of anything.
Why hurt Noah?
To wound me.
I don't get it.
But he was jealous of him. The attention wasn't on him. That's why I never held him.
But you said he'd started to bond.
Yeah, but that only started recently. After he slept with Sarah.
What happens now?
Dawn will alert her team and they'll update the police.
She said they were already out looking for Sarah. Have you any idea where she is?
Paul, the police will be looking to arrest her on sight.
No. What if she goes to the hospital, tries to get at him?
The police will be in touch with the hospital. Noah's in the right place. He's safe.
Maybe I should go there myself.
No. Let the police do their job. They know what they're doing. You need to be with Ros. Sarah might try and contact her.
Dawn implied she knew.
Knew what?
About Sarah and me. At the loch.
Yes, I had to tell her.
It was confidential.
Yes, but sometimes if breaching a confidence would help save someone from violence, information has to be shared. The probation service had to know, Paul.
Nothing was meant to leave this room.
Sarah had broken her licence, which means a recall to prison. It was crucial the team knew everything.
She's never going to stop, is she? She's going to keep going until I give in.
Give in? What are you thinking, Paul?
She's risked everything to get to me. She's never going to stop until she's destroyed everything that's in her way. Christ. She really thinks I'm going to go back to her.
I think the worry is that the risks Sarah's taking are irrational and unpredictable, which is always dangerous. The police will find her, will get her help.
Where is my help, No, I'm just left to it.
They're doing all they can.
You're all doing what you can to save your own skin. They made a mistake, and so did you. And my son is paying for it. She should never have been released.
Where are you going?
Home. Check in on Ross.
If you or your wife come into contact with Sarah, under no circumstance approach her. Alert the police immediately, OK?
It's Paul. Do you want me to answer it?
No, leave it. I wonder why I'm in the car. I might be at home.
How long do we have?
Half an hour, 20 minutes.
Oh, this isn't the way, is it?
Yeah, it's a shortcut, far quarter road.
What if he's already there, waiting?
I'll keep driving.
You could drop me off. I could grab your things.
You would do that?
Of course. It means you wouldn't have to see him.
You're a godsend, you know that?
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, it is. If it gets messy, just leave and call me, alright?
I will, but I can handle him.
I know you can. Thank you.
Stop it. I haven't done anything.
No, you've no idea what you've done.
Oh, you've taken a wrong turn.
Well, have I?
Yeah, we should have turned right at the crossroads.
Balls. Oh, damn.
Just reverse in the car park.
We could stop for a minute. Get some air.
No, we should get back. Get your things.
5 minutes, that's all.
Okay. Sure.
I've always been meaning to come here. It's beautiful.
It is.
There's an island over there, supposedly.
Is there?
Yeah, you can swim over to it.
Okay, Roz, we should get back.
The thing to do, apparently, is you swim over with your lover and lock a padlock to a gate.
Can we go now?
And it means that love will never die.
Why have you brought me here? Roz? You're scaring me.
Not nice feeling scared, is it? Sarah.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
This Thing of Darkness, Part 7 by Anita Vettesse and Lucia Haynes.
There's an equation we talk about in forensic circles that originated in the study of environmental disasters and climate change. Risk equals hazard plus outrage. Just like the scientists who analyse the potential for oil spills or flooding, forensic professionals can't see the future with certainty. All we can do is consider what the hazards may be and what kind of outrage or fallout may follow if the worst happens. In Sarah's case, the focus had been looking at whether an arsonist might reoffend. I was alert when she began to self-harm because of her past pattern of escalating to fire setting, but there was zero evidence to suggest she was trying to set fires. I also had plenty of data that she was doing well in her rehabilitation, her willingness to take responsibility for her past actions, making new friends, her eagerness to build a new life and never ever go back to prison. That's probably why I and everyone on the team were blindsided when she targeted Paul's family. We were looking in the wrong direction, sniffing the air for smoke. We underestimated the hazard of her obsession with Paul. My defensive wall was now rubble. Sarah was missing, and Paul and his family were in crisis. I could help neither of them. But I had to trust that the police were handling the matter. There was nothing more I could do. I would focus on my patients in the group. They too were struggling with that same difficult risk equation, caught in what I think of as the survivor's dilemma, the paradox of damned if they do, damned if they don't. Unless they could find a way to speak about the unspeakable things they were feeling, they would be unable to move forward. But if they did speak, they knew it would hurt.
I'm on top of this high-rise office block and my daughter's dangling off the edge, and I try to grab her hand, but I feel it slip. I shout at her to hang on, but she says she can't, and she's laughing like it's the funniest thing in the world, but it's not. And then she lets go, and I wake up.
Is this the agenda for the night, is it?
Kelly wanted to share her dream with us.
Oh, load of nonsense.
I'll try not to be insulted by that, Malcolm.
I dreamt I went to Gwyneth Paltrow's house and swam in her pool last night. Never met her, never knew her, never wanted to swim in her pool. It means nothing. Dreams are dreams.
But Freud said they had lots of meanings, right, Alex?
Aye, well, he also partook in the old snow candles.
I
I'll tell you the
believe in
state
them,
of his head.
and I think they're a sign.
2 words. Gwyneth Paltrow.
Everything in a dream represents something in your life.
Aye, and what's Gwynny representing in my life?
What do you think she might represent? Do you want to explore that with us?
Nah, you're all right.
Is there something on your mind? Anything upsetting you tonight?
I'm no upset.
OK. Then is there nothing you want to share with us?
Nothing to tell. Bugger all happened. Go back to Kelly.
I've nothing else to say.
That's a first.
What's that meant to mean?
Nothing. Here, can I grab a smoke?
Malcolm, I think you'll remember we encourage people to stay in the room.
Aye, but I'll just be...
Are you sure there's nothing you'd like to share with us?
No, nothing. Actually, something did happen.
Sorry, I couldn't get a parking space.
You not keep a hold of your blue badge?
Malcolm! I never had one, Malcolm. Am I too late, Alex?
No, of course not.
Well, I was actually in the middle of talking here.
I'll get you a seat.
Thanks, Kelly. No Paul this evening?
He couldn't make it.
Oh. I brought cake if anyone's interested.
Oh, don't. I'm on a diet.
Well, take some back anyway. It's a cake, but a crumble on the top, if that makes sense.
Oh, my God, that sounds divine. Oh,
for the love of God.
Sorry, Malcolm, I interrupted you.
Oh, it's fine. Fire away. Tell us how you made your crumble. 'Tis a trauma group after all.
Sorry, Malcolm. That was my fault.
You were saying something happened this week, Malcolm. What was it?
A moment's passed.
Has it?
Oh, now it's built up to be something massive. It's nothing.
Nothing?
I gave the earring back. To Kathy? The one I stole from? The journalist? Anybody?
Yes, of course. What made you do that?
Well, she invited me for dinner, so I thought, might as well.
Did you tell her you stole it?
The hell? Just put it back.
Well, won't she work it out?
How?
Oh, you go for your tea after not seeing her for how long?
6, 7 months.
Yeah, and then miraculously it's back in her box.
I stuck it down the sofa when she was handing out the after eights. She won't join the dots. She's too dense.
I would.
How did it feel, putting it back?
Felt nothing.
No relief?
None.
Then why do it?
So you lot wouldn't get on my case. Can you all stop staring at me like I've got 2 heads? I put it back. I thought you'd be happy. And that's what happened this week. End of. Case closed. I need a pish. I'm allowed to do that, haven't I?
A therapy group that was in unity all the time would be no use to anyone. The point is that people can be themselves in a group, warts and all. If they feel tender and reassuring, or if they feel low and irritable, they are allowed to be that way. It's all about authenticity. That Malcolm could come into the room and be so difficult with all of us was a sign of trust. He knew we would still be there for him. My job was to see his angry defence for what it was, a kind of firebreak he had built to protect himself from the searing memories of past trauma and distress. I come back to that notion of the group as a jazz ensemble. The group understood what was happening as Malcolm's narrative unfolded that night, just as musicians who have been playing together for years know and accept that when you shift from one key to another, there's often a moment of discordance.
So this is the place. The big secret hideout.
We never wanted to lie to you.
We.
But then you found me.
I need you to stop speaking now.
Came up to me in the park. I'd no idea who you were.
Give me your phone.
Why?
You don't get to ask why. Give me it. It's locked. Phone. Now. I'll count to 3. 1, 2,
Why
3.
don't we go for a walk outside and talk?
Give me your phone.
I know that you're hurting right now, but...
Shift your arm! Stop it!
I need my phone. I have to be contactable.
For who? Paul? Oh, don't worry, he'll probably call me first, so I'll let him know I have it.
Where are you going? Can you open the window?
No.
I can't breathe.
If you couldn't breathe, you wouldn't be able to speak.
I'm claustrophobic.
Shut up! Open the door, please! I can't breathe!
Hey, this is Paul. Leave a message.
Stop that!
Rose, I can't breathe!
I said stop it!
Help me!
Help, Rose! You do that again, I'll crack your head off the dashboard.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. My name is Rose Connor. I live at 45 Park Nook Drive. It's Tuesday evening. It's 8:13. I'm at Manicky Lock. I'm here with Sarah Sharp. I know she tried to poison my son. I'm recording this as proof of exactly when and how she did it. Okay.
This is Rose. I can't come to the phone. Leave a message.
Yeah, I missed your call. It was on silent, sorry. I've just got out. I told Dr. Bridges everything about Sarah befriending you, what she did to Noah. She's updating the police. They're already out looking for her. If you get this, just call me, please. And lock the doors. Put the alarm on. I'll be home as soon as I can.
Welcome back, Malcolm. You were about to share something with us.
I'd rather wait till next time. When Paul's here.
Can you tell us why that's important?
Because he'll get it.
Get what?
What are you on about?
Paul should be here.
What is it about having Paul here that makes a difference for you?
It's a guy thing. Paul will understand. Putting himself last, we all do.
Seriously?
I'm talking emotionally.
Tell us more about that.
Big boys don't cry. You know, that's what we get told. I mean, look at Paul. This week, he's not here because his baby or his family needs him or whatever. Next time, I don't know, his boss is short of drivers, and then Paul misses another session, and before you know it, he's dropped out and doesn't get better, all because he's a bloke and nobody gives a damn.
That's not true.
None of you could even remember who Kathy was.
It was a while ago.
Not that long. I mean, I mind all your stories. I listen to all your crap about dreams and wains and bloody cake crumble.
It sounds as though you feel your needs are being ignored. Do you feel that's the issue?
Why do you do that?
Do what?
Distance yourself with language. A normal person would say, "What's wrong?" But you say, It sounds as though, you disconnect. You don't care about us, no deep down.
I care that you appear to be in a lot of pain today, and the group is here for you.
OK. Riddle me this. Do you think therapists can be cruel?
What do you mean?
It's pretty simple. Can therapists be cruel people?
Everyone has the capacity for cruelty, but how does this relate to what we're doing here?
I saw a lot of cruelty whenever I went to court. Crime scene photos, post-mortem reports, man's cruelty to man. Half the stuff we could never publish. Too upsetting. You'll have seen a fair amount of those reports in your time, eh?
Reports?
Pre-trial assessments. Pre-sentence reports. That's what people like you do. Forensic psychiatrists.
That's one part of my job.
Now, why aren't you traumatised? The criminals you meet. Why aren't you affected?
What are you really asking, Malcolm?
I don't know why you aren't in bits listening to those people, hearing what they've done.
Are you in bits because of something you've heard?
And if I was, who's going to listen to me? I haven't got a forensic psychiatrist to shower me with attention and sympathy. Certainly nothing like the kind you show to rapists, child abusers, baby killers.
Baby killers? How did we get onto this?
I knew I'd seen you before, Dr. Bridges. And then it came to me. It was in court. In one of the worst cases I've ever covered. Evie Robinson.
Oh, I remember that. God, that was horrible.
You took the stand. Defending her mother. After what she did.
Did you? Really, Alex?
In a case like that, I would have done a report for the court, either assessing the woman's mind at the time of the offence or recommending what should happen to her after the trial.
Happened to her? She tortured her baby. Burned her. She was sitting in the bloody living room watching the telly when the police arrived. Neighbours could hear the baby screaming. One neighbour told me they thought it was an animal that had been run over. I mean, Jesus. An animal? It was a baby! A baby! In court, they went on about how Evie's mother she'd had a terrible childhood. Well, I'll never forget you just standing there, being all understanding, detached.
You covered that whole trial?
Every day for a month.
That must have been unbearable.
Before the trial, the news editor sent me and a snapper to the mother's flat. It was for a backgrounder, House of Horror, all that stuff. Almost gagged when I walked in. The stench turned my stomach. It was in the air, the walls. I could smell it on my skin. The place was pure squalor. I mean, how do folk live like that? I should have razed it to the ground. Evie's mum had tried to make it nice. Pictures to cover the damp. Boy bands, celebrities. Handprints in paint on the wall. There was big ones and then small ones side by side. And then we go into the kitchen. There's a teething ring on the worktop, covered in dust. The wee bib, grey. It must have been pink at one time. Mummy's princess. Months later, when I got to court, I wanted off the story. Just give me anything, I said. Committee meeting in Holyrood, RTC, flower show. I didn't care. Anything. But they wouldn't. Because it's not how it works in my job. You can't admit a story got you. You can't say you're having nightmares, that you're pissing the bed, you're drinking too much. Because that's all I did then. Drank. I was barely sober that entire time, but I sat in court for 4 weeks. Me and Kathy.
Kathy?
The woman with the earring.
Aye. We never spoke about it. Nobody ever does. It's all, sick jokes. Gallows humour. Shagging around, booze. No wonder half the guys I started out with are 6 feet under.
God, I wish you'd had someone to talk to.
I'd be picking fights with folk, friends, family. They don't want to know me. All I wanted to do is hit someone. I nutted a guy because I thought he was looking at me the wrong way. He might not even have been looking at me at all. I was on Argyle Street, under the bridge. It's dark, so dark there. Even on the sunniest days, suddenly there's blood spurting everywhere. People are yelling, the police are called, and all I could hear is this sobbing and wailing. And I thought, I've done some real damage here. That's me gonna do time now. But it was me they put in the ambulance first. I was the one crying. Now I'm here.
Was it the first time a case had affected you like this?
Aye. But that one affected everybody. Maybe it's what I deserved.
Deserved?
Because of what I did to Evie's mother.
They'll find me.
You're not that important. Trust me.
I need to call the hostel. Tell them I'm safe.
But you're not, are you?
I'm not going to go anywhere.
Ah, we all know that. You're here for the long haul.
I mean now. I want us to talk.
That's exactly what we're going to do. You're going to start by telling me what you did to Noah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you poisoned my son.
You don't know that. Not really.
Tell me.
Why would I harm Noah?
To get Paul. Simple.
I already have him.
That's what you think?
We go back a long way. It was inevitable we'd reconnect. I know that's a blow for you, but...
You're the only one who's had access to Noah this past week.
It means nothing.
How much salt did you give him?
Oh, salt?
You put it in his formula.
You think I'm capable of that?
I don't think. I know. Was it at the park? The first time we met?
I'm not going to answer that.
Was that when it started?
The park's always busy. Do you not think someone would have seen me?
The cafe in town last week when I paid the bill?
You were gone for a minute.
Yeah, well, a minute's a long time. It was then, wasn't it?
I need to pee.
Tell me.
I need the bathroom.
All right then, get out and fire away right there, because I'm not letting you go till you tell me what you did to my son.
Rose? Rose? Rose, are you in?
This is Rose. I can't come to the phone and leave a message.
I'm at the house. Where are you? Just call me back now.
What is it they say? Every contact leaves a trace. Locard's exchange principle.
What's that?
In forensics, it means anyone who comes into contact with a crime scene can change it, can leave something behind, even something so microscopic it can't be seen. But Malcolm, how does that apply to you and Evie Robinson's mother?
A couple of years ago, I did a feature on the scheme where she lived. It was a filler, really, for when it was quiet news-wise. We saw her in a park, smoking, pregnant, flirting with some lads. It was perfect. We took a picture. The headline was, "Scotland's a shame." I forgot all about it until I saw her in court. Heard where she lived. And then you understand the whole picture. The neglect. The baby she got taken off her. The men who used her. I wasn't much different. I exploited her for a story. She was already vulnerable before my feature came out. I pushed her over the edge.
What makes you think so?
It's obvious, isn't it?
And where does that leave you?
I don't know. I should have apologised. Taken responsibility for the things I wrote.
But you weren't to know she would go on to harm her child.
Exactly. How are you to know that?
No, that's not the point. I thought I knew what kind of person she was. The type who takes from society but contributes nothing. I despised her. People like her. I was wrong.
The only thing I can think of that makes sense is that Paul did this to Noah.
You're not blaming him.
You said it yourself on the way here. He did it to be with me. Makes total sense.
Is that the story you tell yourself?
Roz, as your friend, because
No.
we are friends.
No, please don't.
It's not
Just
nice
don't.
seeing you like this. A woman with so much potential being at the mercy of someone like Paul.
Does he know you think this about him?
I know how to handle him.
By setting fire to him?
He knows why I did what I did. He understands it.
Why did you choose Paul?
Maybe he chose me.
Out of an entire school of guys, you chose him. Why?
Oh, you're punishing yourself.
For what?
Wanting to know the details about us.
I knew the details long ago, I just didn't work out the why.
I can't tell you any of that. I'd be breaking the trust.
Of course. The trust. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've built up a picture in my head anyway. 8 years sharing a bed, a home, a life. With Paul, I have picked up a fair few bits and pieces. Little words, stories, twitchies when something comes on the TV. I know more than you think I know.
Bet you don't.
Bet I do.
Nobody but me and Paul know how it is between us. How special.
Are you not tired, Sarah? Exhausted? Think about it. Your whole belief system's based on a lie. Like the time and energy alone you've spent in it. The best years of your life thrown at some made-up relationship in your head. Doesn't that make you feel sad?
I understand. This is hard for you to get your head around. But what Paul and I have is real.
I actually feel sorry for you.
There's no need.
All I see is a wasted young life. I keep thinking at 18, I was out clubbing, going to Ibiza with my mates, having a ball. And what were you doing? Rotting away in a cell, fantasising that you and Paul would be together one day.
We are together. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's not happening, Sarah. But what can happen is you get your life back. You're smart, you're young, you have a whole brilliant future in front of you. You can become part of the living again if you stop this right now and tell me the truth about what you did to Noah.
Siri, open Find My iPhone app.
Hurry up.
Opening Find My iPhone.
Find Roz's iPhone.
Roz's iPhone is located at Manaki Lock.
No, 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 no!
What are you doing?
What does it look like? The water's lovely and cool.
You said you'd tell me.
And I will. After you switch off your phone. I saw you recording in the car. I'm not stupid. It's the only way this is going to work. It's so beautiful here. I'm surprised this is your first time.
And my last.
He told you we came here?
Yeah.
Did he tell you why?
Yeah. So can we spin on?
Oh, I bet he missed out some of the details. I know what he's like.
Yeah, I really don't need to know.
I got out the cab and wanted to bathe for old time's sake. So I took my socks and shoes off, just like this. Then we
got naked, clung onto his back and swam to the island, and the rest is history. I told you, I know every sordid, pathetic detail.
But did he tell you he made the first move? He didn't, did he? I told you, he's not good on detail, never has been.
How long are you going to milk this one-night stand?
It was so much more than that. Those night shifts were a godsend.
You're lying.
He'd pick me up in town and we'd come here 2-3 times a week. Last time we talked about running away, but it was me who said I couldn't do that.
Okay, I'm done now.
It's best you know everything.
I know that you are deluded and you need help. I also know it's about a half-hour walk back to town. You've no shoes or phone, so good luck with that.
You still need to know about Noah.
The police will work it out.
I didn't confess to anything. You'll be the one they'll blame, you and Paul. It's always the parents they suspect. I'm genuinely sorry, Rose. I liked us hanging out together. But Paul and I love each other. We can't not do this.
You've no idea what it is to love someone. You only know what you've read in books, so you've made up. You're incapable of love.
Well, then why did he come back to me that night?
I have no idea. But what you think Paul feels for you, it doesn't exist.
You would say that.
Paul and I are done, Sarah. All I care about right now is Noah. Why don't you stop trying to sell me this dream you've clearly made up and come with me? Tell the police what you've done. Do the right thing.
That'll be him calling me now.
It is Paul.
Give me it.
Hello?
Sarah? Where are you?
Paul, it's me. Rose.
People don't always understand that shame can be a powerful motivator for violence, an attempt to regain status and control. It's a way of saying I'm here and I'm not a helpless victim. Nearly every offender I've met over the years had a story to tell about being shamed and humiliated before their offence, so that the act of violence was about recovering ground in the eyes of others, standing up and being seen as someone who is not to be trifled with. The perpetrator tells themselves the story that they are the victim, that they need to protect and defend themselves against someone they think intends them harm. So the malignant mirroring begins. It's almost like emotional physics, with every cruel action having an opposite and equal reaction. The other thing about being humiliated is that you feel frightened. Fear turns to hatred, hatred to anger, and anger to suffering. This applied to the sad story of Evie Robinson and her mother, but it also applied to Paul. If most perpetrators have a victim narrative to tell, isn't it possible that many victims will have a perpetrator story within them too?
Rose, are you okay?
Finally!
If you have hurt her, I swear.
She hasn't.
Sarah, get in the cab.
But you've just got
Get
here.
in the cab.
Both of us need to sit down and tell her straight.
Okay, whatever she has said to you is not
You
true.
called her mobile.
You weren't at home. You didn't pick up.
She took my phone, Paul. I knew you'd be worried.
Rose, I only called her because Dr. Bridges said she might come after you, and when you didn't pick up, I panicked.
You blame the therapist. That's convenient. How do you even have her number?
He begged me for it.
Shut up! She kept calling me. She must have grabbed my card from the cab that night.
No, I didn't, babe. You put the bit of paper in my hand with the best times to call you.
I swear to God, if you don't shut up, Sarah.
Did you make the first move?
What are you talking about?
That night. Here.
Yes.
No.
You did,
Get
Paul.
in the cab.
I wanted to go back home, but he stopped in the water and then he kissed me.
Is that true? Paul, is that true?
Can you not see what she's doing? She's twisting everything.
And as soon as he did, it all came flooding back. What we had.
Is it true? That's why Noah's in hospital. You did all this. You.
I didn't hurt Noah.
You poisoned our lives with her. You knew how dangerous she was, how vulnerable.
But she's not vulnerable. Look at her.
Yes, look
she's
at her. She's unwell.
I'm perfectly fine.
She's a fantasist.
You had sex with a vulnerable woman. You don't care about her feelings. Sent her mixed messages. I need you. I don't want to see you. Let's have sex, but stay away from me. I love you, but this can't happen again. You just thought about you and what you wanted in that moment. A chance to be your 18-year-old self, and you didn't give a shit about who you hurt.
It wasn't like that.
I am done.
Let her go.
Rose, wait.
She'll come around. This means we can finally be together.
Don't move. Rose, just wait. Rose.
I need to be with my son.
Okay. Okay, look, I'm going to take her to the police now, then we can talk. Just sort it out.
Sort this out? You're just as deluded as she is.
The police are already out looking for her. They know about the formula.
Is there evidence?
What? No, but they know what she's capable of.
And so did you, and yet you still slept with her.
Please, Roz, it was a mistake. Paul Connor speaking. Okay. Okay, we're on our way.
What? What is it?
The hospital. No's not responding to any of the treatment. They want us to be there.
Oh, God.
Okay, we need to go now.
What about Sarah?
Go to the hospital. I'll get there as soon as I can. Oh. Go! Sarah! Stay where you are. I'm coming. Okay, don't go any further. Don't move.
What took you so long?
I have to get rid of her. It's just you and me now.
Good.
Hold on to me.
I can't grip. My hands are...
Okay, take my hand. Hold tight.
Can we go to the island?
That's the plan. Okay, go on to my back. Yeah. Wrap around. Okay, that's it. I'm going to swim now. Are you okay?
Yeah.
But before I do, I just need to thank you.
For what?
You know what you did to Noah was for us.
It was.
How did you do it?
I can't remember.
Of course you can.
I'm freezing, Paul.
Salt, wasn't it?
Yes. To set you free.
That's what I thought.
You're not angry, are you?
We should go.
I'm not hurting you.
No, Annie. More.
Why have we stopped?
Because I need to let you go.
What?
It's time to let you go.
No. Paul. Please. Please.
There was an inquiry, of course. A baby nearly died and a woman lost her life. The focus was twofold. How did we miss that Sarah was getting so close to Paul's family, enough to harm the baby? Dawn and I, the whole team, came under tremendous scrutiny afterwards. There were also questions asked about Sarah's death, but ultimately the cause of death was established as suicide. I testified that it was credible that Sarah would take her own life. People who self-harm are at increased risk of suicide. Given how vehement she'd been with me about never ever wanting to return to prison, I also thought that once she realised she'd gone too far with Noah, it was very possible she could not face the consequences. I still ask myself today, was there something I didn't want to see because I so wanted Sarah to succeed? I considered this a blind spot that I've had to work hard to correct ever since. Relative to men, women are so rarely violent towards others, and like that poor woman in the Evie Robinson case, when they are, there are often a stack of risk factors and red flags. When I looked at Sarah, I saw her strengths, her creativity, her hunger for learning, her potential for a good future. Yes, she also showed me her vulnerability and pain, but plenty of people have tough lives and never harm a soul. Sarah didn't show me her cruelty. It was hidden, until she poured it into a tub of baby formula. With hindsight, it chilled me to think how long she might have been planning to get to Paul and hurt his family. Or maybe she'd really tried to turn a corner in prison. Then once she was out and feeling so alone, the need to reconnect with him, the only attachment she'd ever made, burned her up. There's something bizarre about this idea of a love reignited by what she called that feeling of ice. the ultimate paradox. I think of Sarah sometimes, sitting opposite me in that grim hostel, slight and hopeful, telling me her stories, sketching her plans like pictures in the air with her hands. I think of the tiny pretty butterfly tattoo on her wrist and the concept in physics of the butterfly effect, how a flutter or the strike of one small match can generate chaos. The Lotus group carried on, and Paul came back to join us eventually. And as we gathered for another session, pulling our chairs into our familiar circle, I remembered something Kelly had offered when they first named the group. The lotus flower represents hope because it's a survivor. It lives in dirty water and has lasted since the Ice Age.
I mean, I thought I was making progress, but sometimes it feels like I'm going backwards.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
Well, I don't swim anymore. Never go near the loch. It's one of my favourite places, and now I can't bear to be anywhere near it.
Well, no wonder.
And how are you sleeping?
Still not the best, but it's fine. I get up and I play computer games.
Oh, are you still having nightmares?
That's why I get up.
Yeah, well, you know how important I think dreams are.
He's not having dreams, Kelly. He's having nightmares.
It's still a sign he's worried, Malcolm.
The dreams are like never about that night.
What are they about?
Roz, Noah, folk from college, weirdly.
Think maybe you've blocked that night out.
Oh, maybe.
It might help to go over what happened.
I'm not sure it will.
It really does help me.
Do you feel up for talking about it, Paul?
Well, Sarah was in the water when Roz and I got a call from the hospital. Noah was in a bad way.
God.
I told Roz to get to the hospital and that I'd try to get Sarah. I went into the water and I swam towards her. It was so cold. She was about 10 metres away from me. I could see the water was getting deeper for her. It was like up to her mouth and it was freezing. My arms were starting to get numb. It was hard to swim. I stopped for about 5 seconds just to grab a breath. But then when I looked up, she wasn't in front of me anymore. I yelled her name, but there was nothing. By this point, I could hardly breathe. It was so cold. I took a gulp of air and I went under. I opened my eyes, looked around, but the water was black. I could feel weeds against my legs. The water was getting colder and my body felt heavy. Then suddenly this calm came over me. Just like I was floating. My body stopped feeling cold and I was... But then something jolted me. And I knew I had to make a choice. You know, for about 20 seconds, I wanted to let go. I remember thinking that if I did, then all the pain would be gone. What I did to Roz, what I did to myself. But then I thought of Noah. I thought of him bouncing in his chair and laughing at Whitney Houston and I couldn't do it.
You all right, mate?
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm glad you did come back up.
No one needs you.
I need you, mate. There's only so much bacon chat I can take for these two.
Oh, how is we Noah?
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's chatting away nonsense. And still has to get checked out now and then, but he's brilliant.
And how's you and Roz?
She's back at work. Just 3 days. I have Noah at weekends. Just done up his wee room. Trains. Well, he seems to like it.
That's brilliant, mate.
I was glad that Paul had eventually come back to join the group and that his baby son had survived. Yet his marriage had not. As the discussion moved on, I sat back and watched the members of the group play off each other and found my mind going back to that night at the lock. Paul's account had been much the same as at the inquiry, a dramatic, credible story that was as moving as it was compelling. Several people in the room had wiped away tears as he described the scene. His wife corroborated what he'd said when she gave her testimony. I remember her voice breaking as she concluded, "We tried our best and failed." Now I wonder if that carried more meaning. Perhaps she wasn't just referring to saving Sarah, but saying something about her husband and their marriage. I had the feeling Ros knew that Paul might have deliberately let Sarah drown. Fire and water. This would be a mirror of Sarah standing back watching his dormitory burn. I imagined that for both Paul and Ros, living with the consequences of that choice would be another kind of life sentence. To me, this version of events made a terrible sense, as part of Paul and Sarah's ongoing dance of attachment. Stalkers and their victims seem permanently entwined in a malevolent bond that doesn't break, even in death, an enchanted cord that chafes as much as it holds. I'll never be sure of what happened, but living with uncertainty is the reality of the work I do. Could a healer like Ros really sanction such harm? Did the Burns victim quench his pain in deep water? Sometimes good people do bad things. As G.K. Chesterton said, every paradox is truth standing on its head trying to gain our attention.
In This Thing of Darkness, Alex was played by Lolita Chakrabarti, Ros by Lois Chimimba, Sarah by Melody Grove, Paul by Robert Jack, Kelly by Veronica Leer, Malcolm by Michael Nardone, and Rowena by Wendy Seager. Part 7 was written by Anita Vettesse and Lucia Haynes, with monologues by Eileen Horne. The series consultant is Dr. Gwen Adshead. This Thing of Darkness is a BBC Scotland production, produced by Gaynor Macfarlane and Kirsty Williams, and directed by Gaynor Macfarlane.